If you are in the chill zone and you're a team, you are in the wrong place. You need to go check-in. And the check-in is through the lobby and down the end. Please go to team check-in now. If you're in the check-in area, water is available. So if you want water and you can't find it, come see me. Yeah, there is water on the chairs over here, so help yourselves. You will not be able to take the water into the container, but there will be water on the tables when you get there like there was yesterday. What we need now is Bill Poucher. Bill Poucher, where are you? Bill Poucher, is that you? There he is. You got to clap.
Hi. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like we've got some teams here, don't we? You're good. All right. All right. We're doing pretty well. We're using modern technology here, Hans.
You have a cell phone on you?
Yes, but just as a prop.
You have to give
Oh,
it
wait.
to me.
You
No cell phones here.
wait. This is transmitting data here. Oh, of course, it's a microphone. Okay, all right. But anyway, well, okay. Well, wait. Okay, all right, all right. There.
No cell phone.
No cell phone. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? We're going to have a World Finals today, and every day we have a special word, and today's word is happy. So we're happy to see you. Congratulations. It's amazing. You all have been selected based on your performance among 73,000 people around the world. That's pretty cool. So congratulations again for you, but let's make sure, yeah, yep, still green. I think we're in pretty good shape here. You know, in order to compete in the ICPC, there are a few restrictions. One is you have to have DNA. You know, so we have no artificial contestants in the ICPC, otherwise it would buzz like this. At any rate, thank you. All right. In US over here, in Singapore and Bombay. We're really delighted to have you here. I've had the privilege of visiting both. You got your sign? It looks good. And you are from?
Cornell.
Cornell. That's exactly right, in Ithaca, New York. One of the beautiful places to visit, and one of the great universities that I know of. Do you know where Skinny Atlas is? One of the Finger Lakes, Skinny Atlas, which is close to. Have you ever been there?
No.
Okay, so when you get home, find a girlfriend and go to Skinny Atlas. Okay, here we go. What? Now let's see. I can't see the. Oh yeah, KUET. Things all, you know. Whoa. What was that? Okay. Well, you're okay. Make sure. Number one, could everyone show me your cell phones to see if my bug meter works properly? Okay. Oh, rats. Yeah, it takes about 30 minutes of withdrawal to not be in the presence of your cell phone, you know, but I know you'll be able to do it. Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, they really have become a part of our lives, haven't they? Do you know, I have a Newton. Does anybody know what a Newton is? Do you know what a Newton is?
I haven't taken physics in like 6 years.
Oh, okay, that's a different Newton. Now, the Newton was the precursor of the iPhone. It was a battery-driven personal device, and I was given one many, many years ago when Apple was coming up with the idea, and it still works, you know, still works. And actually some of the functions work better because it was built for me rather than the cell phone company. But anyway. All right, let's see, what have we got over here? And now, whoops. University of Maryland. Maryland, my Maryland, in there. I can't remember the whole thing there. Well, we're delighted to have you here, and good luck in the competition. And let's see, what have we got? What have we got going over here? And why am I having? Oh, St. Petersburg. Oh, great, great. We're delighted to have. Whoops. Wait a second. What's? What? What? Oh, is it? What's going on here? Oh, it's not a robot. He's just very smart. Okay, so fine. Thank you very much. Oh, what have we got over here? Oh, that's right. Alahuela. Really, really glad to have you here. I have never visited your university. Where are you located?
Costa Rica.
Oh, Costa Rica. Oh, man, I've always wanted to go there. I've had friends visit. It's a marvelous, marvelous place. Glad to have you here. But Catalonia, I have visited. One of the greatest locations I've ever been in. A wonderful beach down there, an amazing... there's an amazing cathedral there as well. Oh my goodness. Well, you need to go to Catalonia. There's just no question. Thank you. Let's see. Now KIT. And KIT is, as we told you yesterday, is in Karlsruhe. One of the amazing places on this planet, deep in history and great food, and you'll truly be welcomed if you visit there. If that's the case. Yes.
I ask please, where is Novosibirsk State University?
Where is Novosibirsk University? Is Novosibirsk University team here? Oh, right. Okay, so tell me, Novosibirsk State University. So where is Novosibirsk located?
In Siberia.
Oh, you should have said in Novosibirsk. In Siberia. I've actually visited. So we're delighted to have you here. What?
No. Where is the team? Here we are. Please stand up.
Oh.
Bill.
Yes.
Because this university is my alma mater.
Oh, it's your alma mater. You were.
Yes, I would like to make a photo with you and.
Okay, come on over here. Yeah.
The third one is doing his things.
They are preparing. Did you check?
Okay. All right. So here we go. Novosibirsk University, and my bug detector.
Oh.
Мой фотоаппарат, пожалуйста. This is my alma mater.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. What have we got over here in National Taiwan University? I visited National Taiwan University in 1995. So what were you doing in 1995?
Yesterday have asked the same question.
Oh, okay. Well, by the way, one of the great places, visit Taipei. It was a great experience. So glad to have you here. And we've already met, of course, with Vietnam National University in Hanoi. Is that correct? Yes. Well, delighted to have you here, and congratulations on hosting the ICPC Asia Pacific Championship this past year. All right, now what have we got going here? Let's see. Oh, UC Berkeley. That's what I thought. Yeah. Berkeley is a great place, and it's about 20 miles from my eldest daughter's home, which is in Burlingame. And I visited a number of times. Great university, great folks, and a pretty good coach. I think they got an award for 10 teams to the World Finals, isn't that right? So what's your coach's name?
Jelani Nelson.
Of course, and more importantly, what is the name of your coach's wife?
Burke? What's it like?
Brooke. I don't want to mess this up. Yeah, it's
You don't have to spell it, but you're right.
Brooke, yeah.
Here we go, thank you.
Just give me a second. Spectators, you can now go onto the team area where the spectator benches are. You can now go into the contest area where the spectator benches are. Thank you.
So the mathematics of computing, of course, was one of the first areas of computer science that evolved. And when I was working in coding theory, combinatorial algorithms, and things of that variety in the early 1970s, some of my friends were at the University of Waterloo. And in fact, there were only 5 universities in the world that were working on those problems, and only 80 people. You know, things have changed, haven't they?
And by the way,
Smartest guy I just can't. Anyway, nice to have you here, and congratulations. All right. Now, ENS is as école, which means school, normal, which normally means a teaching school, superior, at the highest level. There's no better way to learn than to teach. And that's one of the reasons why I always suggest that you who are championship competitors learn to coach as well, because you'll be coaching for the rest of your life, helping your colleagues out and solving problems in the world. So, École Normale Supérieure, which was founded in what year?
1794. It's written on the
1794. Isn't that amazing? Wow.
no, that wasn't last week. So if you want to use the washrooms, we've got about 15 minutes before we go into the contest area. So 15 minutes. It's good time to use the washrooms now, because like yesterday, once we're on the floor, until the contest starts, you will not be allowed to use the washrooms. So please use the washrooms now before we go into the contest area. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. We've got Rochester, one of my favorites. Now let's see. In Lviv, we have Lviv University right here in orange, one of my favorite colors because I'm an Auburn guy and we're orange and blue, okay? So delighted to have you here. I visited, it's a wonderful town and a university that has a very rich tradition. Thank you, and good luck today. Everybody will need a little luck, but I think you're ready to perform, so good, thank you. Now, let's see, KHNURE is?
Kharkiv.
Kharkiv, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, good. Kharkiv University, another one of our great universities here today. So thank you very much for your participation and your zeal, and just get out there and spin the clock up to make this the most wonderful place in the world for your kids.
And write code that's readable. Make
Okay.
sure we can read your code. It's not a write-only program.
Don't pay attention to your digital ancestors' coding skills, okay? You don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. You want to push on forward, building on our strengths. So it doesn't take much for you to do that. I actually have somewhere in my office a 52,000 line printout in assembly language of a program I wrote many years ago. And the first thing that I had to do was to fix the underlying operating system whose interrupt chain had been implemented backwards. And that's why it didn't work right. But anyway, that's a strange world that we lived in the past. But you guys have to drill right down, to the bits to guarantee that systems are mission critical, and you have the capacity to do that.
There's plenty of water over here if you want water before you go in.
All right, let's see, what have we got here? The hoodie, Chinese University, Hong Kong, right? Yeah, I visited there in my past. We're delighted to have you all here. And one of the great universities of all time. So have you got something to say to your mom? Or a loved one? Or do you need money?
No.
No? Okay. Well, that's all right. Now, I'll do it for you, okay? You just say, love you, Mom, love you, Dad, could use a little money. And that was often said and rarely responded to when I was young. All right, let's see. Oh, my bug meter went off. Oh, there it's, whoa! Look at this. What's going on here? Look, there it's going on again. Do you see that? Yeah. Oh. Do you have an artificial shoulder? No. Does it have telemetry in it? No? Oh, okay. Now, do you know what I'm doing?
Yeah.
What have I got? Look at that. But it goes away when I Indian Institute of Technology in Roorkee. All right, here we are. And all clear. Looks pretty good. And over here again. Oh,
the University of Jordan.
The University of Jordan. Delighted to have you here. I'd love to tell you a story about a wonderful thing that happened in Jordan, but if I did, it'd never happen again. So anyway, I always love to have you here, and congratulations. Thank you. Yep.
This is sort of the last call for the washrooms. We have about 10 minutes, and we're going to go in, and so I'm not going to let you inform you again. So this is the last time I'll let you know it's good time to go to the washrooms.
We're going to be covering this in video, and there's nothing more embarrassing than to get your picture taken when your nose is shiny. So if you need to go to the powder room, now's the time to go powder your nose to make sure that you're ready for the right photos, okay? That's straight from my mother, okay? Advice. Now, and what have we, UNSW Sydney. Oh, my favorite problem children here. But and problem solvers as well. So delighted to have you here, and good luck in the competition. And we've got something over here that's going on. UNA, oh, of course, Bogota. If you ever get to go into Latin America, you definitely want to go to Colombia and to Bogota, which is high up on some hills, some mountains, and beautiful surroundings and wonderful people. So thank you. Let's see. Oh, ITESM. Okay. Let's see. I don't know of any ITESM except for the one in Guadalajara that has all my friends. Is that the one that you're from?
Yes.
And is that the one that hosted the very first ICPC Latin America region champion?
Almost. The same city, but not the ITESM.
But not ITESM. Well, that's great. You know, we ought to have a World Finals here sometime. Tbilisi State University. Delighted to have you here. One of the places I've not been before, but who knows, maybe in the near future we'll do that. It'd be a great place to have a World Finals too, don't you think? Mm-hmm. Any rate, and we have KIU, which is excellent, thank you. Kutaisi. I probably mispronounced the name of your university, or maybe I did it right. One of the strange things that happens is different languages require your mouth to be in different positions. So for instance, if I go back to my second language as a child, which is French, I have to lay my tongue in the bottom of my mouth and not let it be accurate. And then I need to project to my nose so that I sound like a man who is from Paris. Right? Yeah. There's no way to do this if you're talking like a Texan. Okay, so that's it. So very nice to do that. It used to be that we did the universities in alphabetical order. And in alphabetical order, the Spanish, which was the second or third language, is Universidad. Now, you have to change your mouth. Universidad de whatever, Universidad. And then the first university in English was typically Alberta. They've always had great contests. So it was Universidad, then Universidad de Alberta. You know, it's really tough to switch before. So now what we do is we do it by region, because in region the language is more similar. Okay, but at any rate, glad to have you here. And who do we have here from, let's see. Oh, that's right. Yeah, already introduced you from Urbana-Champaign, one of the truly great universities in the world. In fact, all of your universities are great universities for one really good reason. Why?
We invented the four-color theorem. I mean, the first computerized proof.
Yeah. Oh, I was just fishing for you saying because we're here at the World Finals. The other universities have to worry about proving their merit, right? Yeah. And UNR. Oh yeah. Universidad Nacional del Rosario. You see, yo soy un tejano. Howdy. And por favor, right? And gracias. It is. Well, absolutely, yeah. A study at the library, yeah. But at any rate, and because Texas is Tejas, right? We have a city in Texas which is spelled Mexia. And I think the purpose is to determine when we hear you pronounce it whether you're from Texas or not. Because if you say Mexia, that's a dead giveaway you're not from Texas. Now, if you say Mahale, okay, you're close. But Texans say it this way. Maher. Maher. Now, you hear Maher, doggone it, they are a Tejano. Okay. And what have we got? Okay, Patna, IIT Patna. The Indian Institute of Technologies in India are just amazing. And so congratulations on being here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. Where? Oh, Oh, okay. Could all of the teams from Kazakhstan universities stand up? All of the teams from universities located here in Kazakhstan.
And Ulsana University also.
Yes, Astana, absolutely, absolutely. Well, you're in some way hosting the competition here because you are a second generation, a full second generation of ICPCers, because ICPC has been active in the universities of Kazakhstan for over 25 years. Okay, congratulations. Thank you. Wait, where, I think I saw him. Where's Harvard University? Harvard University. Is Harvard here? Isn't? Somewhere? Where's Harvard University? Oh, where? Harvard? Harvard was created by Harry Lewis. Don't let anybody tell you differently. He's one of the great souls of all times. Where are they? Right over here? Oh, heavens, I see that sign. Okay, so my 8th great-grandfather named Joshua Moody, okay, graduated from Harvard University in 1651 and then again in 1653. Now, going to Harvard means finding a place in a room to go visit a guy named John Harvard who had a library. Did you know that? In a place called Cambridge, named after the Cambridge in which the University of Cambridge operated. So it's that thing. And Joshua was a minister of First Church in Boston during the Salem witch trials, and he helped stop that. But he was offered the presidency of Harvard back in the late 1600s. And he turned it down because he said the students were too rowdy. Okay, are you too rowdy?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
It's a tradition. Thank you very much.
All right, Bill. We are ready to start lining up now, guys. So, and gals, it's time to start lining up. So, same as yesterday, you see where the marshals are.
Oh, yeah. Marshals are? Okay, so
bring your placards with you, and when you get to your station, put the placard down on the side opposite your workstation. That way you won't destroy your workstation.
Well,
if you didn't hear what I said and you destroy your workstation, that's up to you.
Remember? Perfect. And you have nothing in your pockets, right?
Yeah.
Great.
But you got to run them through quick.
And you have your card. Perfect. Yeah, we will.
for the contest finals manager, the director of the ICPC World Championship, number 48, Bakhat, is going to carry the trophy that you are creating today. Bakhat, do you?
You're the first one. I don't think I need it. But
Yeah. Or well, tell us. We need to have someone to tell us what to do.
We're ready. Let's go.
Okay, Bill, let's go. All right. We're heading out here. Congratulations. All right. Okay, is it me first? Number 52.
All right.
Starting out with Kharkiv National University of Radio Electronics.
After Bill talks, pause for a minute.
University of Waterloo.
Pause for a minute because John likes to interrupt.
He
with
told
his-
me.
Okay.
Harbin Institute of Technology.
Yerevan State University.
Kabul University.
Teams, please come forward, touch the trophy for luck if you'd like, and then go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
University of Zagreb. You like mine?
Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology.
University of Dhaka.
The University of Science, VNU HCM.
National Taiwan University.
Novosibirsk State University.
Teams, please come forward, touch the trophy for luck, go to your workstation, have a seat, and do not touch anything on the table.
The Chinese University of Hong Kong.
Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Palani Campus.
The Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen.
Universidad de Guanajuato, DCNE.
ITESM Campus, Guadalajara.
Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee.
University of California, Irvine.
Lviv National University.
Teams, please come forward, touch the trophy for luck, go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything on the table.
Stanford University.
Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute of Engineering, Sciences, and Technology.
Birzeit University.
The Universidad de Washington, University of Washington.
UNSW, Sydney.
Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur.
Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology.
University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati.
Sungsil University.
Teams, please come forward, touch the trophy for luck, go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay.
École Polytechnique.
Carnegie Mellon University in Qatar.
Shanghai Jiaotong University.
Cornell University.
Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería, FC.
University of Maryland.
Astana IT University.
Khulna University of Engineering and Technology.
The University of
Trophy for luck. Go to your workstation, have a seat, and do not touch anything on the table.
Javahishvili Tbilisi State University.
The University of Electronic Science and Technology of China.
University of Engineering and Technology, VNU.
Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology.
Indian Institute of Technology, Patna.
St. Petersburg State University.
Northwestern Polytechnical University.
Kutaisi International University.
The Australian National University.
Rutgers University.
Universitas Indonesia.
National University of Singapore.
Kazakh British Technical University.
Nazarbayev University.
KAIST.
The University of Texas at Austin.
Saarland University.
Swarthmore College.
Universidad Nacional de Rosario.
Hanoi University of Science and Technology.
Indian Institute of Technology, Varanasi.
Damascus University.
St. Petersburg State University of Industrial Technologies and Design.
No, not you yet. Okay. Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya.
SDU University.
The University of Virginia.
Columbia University.
Karlsruhe Institute of Technology.
Wuhan University of Technology.
National Research University Higher School of Economics.
Teams, please come forward. Touch the trophy for luck if you wish. Then go to your workstation, have a seat, and do not touch anything on the table.
IIT Bhubaneswar.
Beijing Xiaotong University.
Hunan University.
Northeastern University, China.
Sharif University of Technology.
Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur.
Institut Supérieur d'Informatique.
The University of Tehran.
Tsinghua University.
Nanjing University of Posts and Telecommunications.
Universidad Federal de Guayas.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
University of California, Berkeley.
St. Petersburg ITMO University.
University of Science and Technology of China.
Harvard University.
Zhejiang University.
The University of Cambridge.
University of Bergen.
Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica Campus Alajuela.
University of Michigan at Ann Arbor.
École Normale Supérieure de Paris.
Teams, please come forward. Touch the trophy for luck if you'd like, and then go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
Universidad de La Habana.
Nanjing University.
Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Bogotá.
Etvoslorand University.
Tishreen University.
Pohang University of Science and Technology.
National University of Defense Technology.
The University of California, San Diego.
Nanyang Technological University.
Universidad Estadual de Campinas.
Higher Institute for Applied Sciences and Technology.
ETH Zurich.
Universidad de Porto.
Moscow Aviation Institute.
University of Oxford. Cairo University. Faculty of Computers and Artificial Intelligence.
German University in Cairo.
Teams, come forward down the aisle, touch the trophy for luck if you'd like. Go to your workstations, have a seat, and please do not touch anything on the table.
Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, Cairo.
Indian Institute of Technology, Madras.
Asut University.
Shams University, Faculty of Computer and Information Sciences.
Instituto Militar de Ingeniería.
Universidad Federal do Rio de Janeiro.
Universidad Federal de Minas Gerais.
Universidad de São Paulo, Campus de São Carlos.
Universidad do Estado de Santa Catarina.
Universidad de São Paulo.
The University of British Columbia.
Princess Sumaya University for Technology.
The University of Jordan.
The Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi.
Applied Science Private University.
International IT University.
Tokyo Institute of Technology.
Belarusian State University.
Belarusian State University of Informatics and Radio Electronics.
Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology.
Universidad Tecnológica Nacional, Facultad Regional Santa Fe.
Universidad de Buenos Aires, FCEN.
Peking University.
Kyoto University.
Syrian Virtual University.
Osaka University.
Teams, please go forward down the aisle, touch the trophy for luck if you wish, then go to your workstations, have a seat, and do not touch anything.
University of Wrocław.
Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile.
The University of Tokyo.
Jagiellonian University in Krakow.
Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev. University of Warsaw.
And these are the world finalists of the 48th Annual ICPC World Championship here in Astana, Kazakhstan.
Good morning and welcome to all the teams competing in the 48th Annual ICPC World Finals. Once again, my name is John Clevenger. I'm the Technical Director for ICPC World Finals. At this time, I would like to again introduce the World Finals Director, Professor Bakir Matkaramov.
Hello, contestants. Hello, marshals, runners. Hello, judge, technical staff, ICPC News, ICPC Live, ICPC Analytics. Seems I maybe forgot someone, but the day comes. Contestants wait this day, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years, maybe half year. I cannot say that I wait this day, but the day is come, and this is more than 20 years of my life. The most important contest time. So I cannot say I wish, I demand from all teams to solve at least a few tasks. Because if I see that some team did not solve a single task, I will be unhappy. Don't make unhappy me, please. I wait this day 20 more years. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Bakir. As yesterday, we have several announcements that we need to make. First of all, most importantly, as the airlines say, your safety is our primary concern. So if there were to be an incident that would require evacuating the building, once again, as I said yesterday, all the teams on the contest floor will evacuate through the blue door through the 2 yellow doors to my right. That side over there. Spectators, including coaches, would evacuate out the back doors and left through the lobby. There will be ICPC marshals to direct you which way you should go. Please follow their instructions. A reminder to teams, once again, there are no electronic devices allowed on the floor. If anyone has any electronic device that you've accidentally forgotten and brought onto the floor, please hold it up now and the marshals will come and talk to you. Once the contest starts, there will be no forgiveness at all for violating that rule. Notice this includes no earbuds or headphones that support electronic communication. Contestants, again, I remind you, you are not allowed to communicate with anyone other than your team members and the contest officials. Please be sure you follow that rule. We assume that you have reviewed and understand the World Finals rules, the judging notes, and the technical documents. These are on your machine under the applications menu if you want to look up something. During the contest, your badges must be on, around your neck, in front, and in proper place and visible at all times. This is a rule, and you'll notice all of our staff are following this rule, and the contestants, you must follow this rule also. Spectators, once the contest starts, the spectator zone is a quiet zone. No conversations going on in the spectator area. If you want to talk to your neighbor, please step out into the chill zone or the lobby. Once again, teams, if you need to go to the restroom once the contest starts, the team restrooms are to my right. Over there, where we've got a deputy waving hands over there, there's restroom signs on that door. Those are the only restrooms teams are allowed to use. As I said last night in the answers to questions, you may get up and go use that restroom anytime you feel it's necessary. You do not have to get permission to go to the restroom, but you may only go to that restroom over there. Spectators, your restrooms are out in the lobby. Go out through the back doors, turn left, go out into the lobby. Contestants, once the contest starts, you may adjust the position of your monitor, your keyboard, and your mouse. However, you may not move the computer, you may not open the computer, you may not unplug anything, and you may not adjust or block the workstation camera on the center in front of you. If you choose to move things around, like move your monitor, you do so at your own risk. If it causes a problem, we will come and help you if we can, but it's your problem if you caused it. Once again, teams, you may not do anything that affects another team. This would include having loud conversations so that the teams around you are disturbed. Anything you do which is interfering with another team would be grounds for disqualification. And once again, I remind you that you are not allowed to do any network operations. Do not attempt to connect to any other computer anywhere in this room or anywhere else on the planet. Yesterday we had balloons, 3 different ICPC colored balloons. Today there will be a different colored balloon for every problem, and you will get a balloon for every problem you solve. What is the maximum number of problems? Well, in just a few minutes you're going to find out. I also need to remind everyone, all the contestants and coaches as well, that the ICPC World Finals rules specify that notification of accepted runs may be suspended at the appropriate time to keep the final results secret. If that happens, a general announcement will be to that effect will be made during the contest. Notification of runs rejected by the judges will continue until the end of the contest. The default time for suspending notification of accepted runs is 1 hour from the end of the contest, and we will make an announcement at that time. However, the rules specify that the judges can adjust that time. If the judges adjust that time to something other than 1 hour, we will make an announcement at that time. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that that's one of the rules. Of course, you already knew that because you have all read all the rules and memorized them. Okay, I think we're about ready. Let's see, we still have, let's see, at this time, I guess, to start with, we're gonna invite to the stage the following people. The World Finals, the ICPC Executive Director, Bill Poucher. The World Finals Director, Bakit Makarimov, who's the only one that's up here. We're kind of up here by ourselves, aren't we? Okay. Bill. I'd also like to invite up ICPC Foundation Chief Operations Officer Melinda Gage. And representing the Kazakhstan Competitive Programming Federation, Adina Magavina and Donabek Kalyazdarov. And I'd like to have a big hand for these people who have put in a tremendous amount of time to put on the World Finals in Astana. Well, we still have 10 minutes to go, but we've got people, contest director. You're ready? Okay, the contest director says he's ready. Okay, let's see. The executive director, are you ready?
I'm always ready.
He says he's always ready, so he's ready. All right, the Kazakhstan Competitive Programming Federation, are you ready? They are ready. All right, and last and most importantly, teams, are you ready? All right, that's what I like to hear. Okay, now we're all going to stand around for another 10 minutes and wait for the start, right? Okay, we can get up here and do a dance, right?
Okay. Oh, absolutely. All right.
No, they do not want to see us dancing up here. Okay. Okay. I think what we actually need at this point is an ICPC time warp. There we go. All right. Okay, get ready. They don't like our dancing, so we're counting down, okay? The 5 of you are going to release the balloons at the appropriate time. "30 seconds. When the clock hits 0, you may open your packets and start programming. So here we go with the 48th annual ICPC World Finals in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The contest is underway.
Hello. We are now live. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning here in Kazakhstan, and depending on what time zone you guys are in. I'm Andrew, or Aknerwala, and I'm here with Nick to commentate the ICPC 2024 World Finals.
Yeah, we're finally off and getting started at the World Finals. It's been a long several days, but we're all ready for the contest. And we're just 2 minutes in, and we're eagerly awaiting that first problem solve.
Yeah. So let's. Can you give me a little bit of background on what is going on here and what this contest is?
Yes. So the ICPC World Finals is a 5-hour team programming contest. So as you can see on screen here, we have teams of 3 university students, and they have been given, in this contest, a 12-problem set. And so they will have the 5 hours to try to solve as many problems as possible. Teams will be tie-broken first by how many problems they solved. So the more problems you solve, the better your rank. And then teams that have solved the same number of problems will be tie-broken by how quickly they solve the problems. And there's a little bit of details in there, but that's the general gist of it.
Right. And so the first thing, one thing about the penalty system is that it's pretty important for teams to solve the easiest problems first, because the easiest problems kind of, you have to, the penalty is like the sum of the times that you solve the problems, so it's really important to solve the easy problem before the hard problem, so that your easy problem is submitted earlier. And so the first thing that teams are going to do is just try and open all the problems and read them all and try and figure out what's, and try and figure out, which ones are the easiest and work on those first.
Yeah, so the way that the problems are presented, they are not presented in any given difficulty order. So even though there are 12 problems labeled A through L, it's not guaranteed, for example, that problem A is the easiest problem or that problem L is the hardest problem. They're just given in some random order. Actually, the problems are listed alphabetically by their title. So for example, in this problem set, problem A is called billboards, and problem L is called where am I now? And then all of the problems in the middle are just sorted alphabetically. And that is just a consistent way of presenting the problems, just so people don't. It's easy to remember that they're in alphabetic order. That's just convenient for everyone.
Yeah, and that way there's no confusion that maybe there's some hidden information. It's just the single consistent sort.
Yeah, so we're now almost 5 minutes into this contest. Shortly, we should start seeing some team submissions. So how team submissions work is when the team thinks that they have solved a problem, they will submit their program for evaluation. The program is evaluated on a set of test cases, some of which were released in the problem statement as a sample, just so the contestants can verify their understanding of the problem. But then there is a large set of secret test cases, and if the contestant submission prints the correct answer for all of these problems, then they will get an accepted verdict and they will be considered to have solved the problem. And if they don't pass all the test cases, they will get a bunch of different verdicts. Hopefully we'll see some submissions in the queue, and then we can explain just the wide variety of verdicts that the contestants can receive.
Yeah. So until we see any verdicts in the queue, I guess we can start talking about anything we see on their screens. A lot of teams have already started typing something, even if it's it's not. I'm not sure if they're typing problems or not, but usually teams have a little bit of template code. So just like some scripts to compile their code, or just some basic outlines, and they're typing those up right now in order to just get started using the keyboard.
Yeah, so one thing to kind of clarify, like on screen you can see all of these teams are at these computers. These computers were sort of wiped clean the night before and then pre-installed with all of the IDEs that the contestants might use, as well as how to compile code into or from their favorite languages, be it C, C++, Java, Kotlin, or Python. And then when you first start, you log into the machine, it's sort of completely clean. So the contestants don't get to preload any of their like template code or anything like that. They just have to type everything sort of from scratch. So you will occasionally see teams frantically typing in like the first couple minutes, but they're almost never solving problems. As Andrew said, they're probably getting their template set up, so they're ready to solve like actual problems. Oh, we have some submissions in the queue now. I see we have MIT and Zagreb, and it looks like Zagreb is the first to solve problem B. Can we get Zagreb on the on screen? Okay, so so now I can start to leak a little bit about some information that I was told. So even though I'm here on commentary, I'm actually also part of the analytics crew, and the analytics crew was told the problems last night. And so we actually learned all of the problems, we learned all the solutions, we have a rough sense of what the difficulty of the problems were, and pretty much everyone was in consensus that the problem that will be the first to be solved would be problem B. Like everyone just uniformly agrees this problem is both easy and it's actually very short to implement. So no surprise that B is first to solve. Congratulations to Zagreb.
Yeah. And they were not actually, it looks like they weren't actually the first team to submit B, but they were the first to get it correct. So MIT was actually the first to submit, and they got it. They got an wrong answer. Do you have any ideas why they might have gotten it wrong?
Well, so I also as an analyst, I have a little bit of access into like how the contestant submissions are doing, and I can see that MIT's solution is not very correct. It is definitely failing a lot of the hidden test cases, not like they have one or two secret test cases that they're failing. So we have a dedicated set of analysts behind the scenes who will be looking at the submission and trying to figure out what's wrong, and maybe they will get to relay to us like, oh, yeah, MIT just needs to change one character in their code and then they solve it. And you know, that happens surprisingly often in this competition.
Right. So yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see how long it takes for them to fix it. I assume many other teams are also looking at the scoreboard, and teams can actually see the scoreboard and all submissions and all verdicts that get judged. So teams can actually see the scoreboard and kind of use that to decide which problems might be easiest. So I do expect pretty much all teams to to send at least one person to take a look at B right now.
Yeah, and while we were discussing this, MIT actually submitted to problem B a second time and got wrong answer again. So MIT was actually predicted to be one of the favorites at this contest. They definitely usually get off to a really fast start.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they haven't been able to solve that first problem, so we'll see how long it takes for them to get it. Looking at the scoreboard, we can see that Swarthmore is the second team to solve problem B. They solved it at the 9-minute mark. So yeah, we can talk a little bit about penalty. Do you want to explain how that works?
Yeah. So so as we were saying, the most important metric is just how many problems you solve by the end of the contest. So the more problems you solve, if you solve more problems than another team, and each problem is always worth just 1 point, then you'll always win. But if two teams are tied on problems, we tie break by what's called penalty. And penalty is just the sum of the submission times of all correct solutions. But if you get incorrect answers, there's additional penalty. You get additional penalty for that. So for every incorrect submission you make before solving the problem, you get an extra 20 minutes of penalty added on at the very end. And so this means that as you're solving these problems, there's a few different things. First of all, time is really important, especially near the beginning of the contest, because if you just waste 5 minutes doing nothing at the beginning of the contest, that actually adds 5 minutes of penalty for every single submission you make after that, right? So time to solve the first problem is really important. And later on, secondarily, you also have this thing where it's important not to make wrong submissions, right? But one thing that's interesting is that because time in the beginning of the contest is so much more valuable, it can often be good to just submit your for early problems you can submit without doing much testing, because even if it's wrong, because if it's wrong you get 20 minutes of penalty, but if it's right you might save 2 minutes here times times the 10 problems you're going to solve for the rest of the contest. So the calculus is definitely a little bit skewed, and for early problems, it's often good to submit without too much checking. Obviously, you'd prefer to solve it without having to get any bugs, because that both means that you don't have to spend time debugging it, and also means you just get less penalty overall.
Yeah, so while Andrew was off discussing that, we have a couple more submissions that came in. So University of Texas at Austin tried to submit problem B, but they also got wrong answer. The University of Oxford coming in and trying to submit to problem I. So they submitted, they got wrong answer there. And I will say that the analysts actually don't think problem I is one of the easiest problems in the contest. We think it's actually somewhere in the middle. So it's interesting that Oxford has gone for problem I. As I quickly refresh my memory about what the problem is, problem I is actually a fairly sort of standard-looking problem. So it's not terribly surprising that a team might go for it early, but it's definitely not one of the easiest problems. And we do expect that teams should be spending their time potentially elsewhere. But it is possible to solve I fairly quickly. I think that there are some fairly short solutions out there.
Right.
Yeah, looking at the queue, we have the University of New South Wales, Sydney, and Novosibirsk State University also submitting the problem B, also getting wrong answer. I think this is maybe a little bit surprising to us. We suspected that problem B is fairly straightforward to implement once you get the idea. There could be just a little bit of warm-up nerves, teams just sort of getting started, trying to get out the gate really fast with an AC, but it is one of those problems where you still need to be a little bit careful of your implementation.
Right. Yeah.
Looking at the board, we have Team KAIST, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Sorry, they are the first to solve problem C. Can we get them? Can we get a view of their screen? Yeah. So problem C is the second easiest problem by expectation of analysts and judges. Actually, we think it would be the second problem to be first solved, but there is some speculation that C will actually accumulate more solves by the end of the contest than problem B. So we'll see how that goes. Here we have KAIST on screen.
And it looks like they've already moved on to problem B, as makes sense. So while their first person was solving problem C, probably they had someone else reading problem B. Now that they've solved problem C, they're ready to work on problem B without very any delay.
Yeah, and so now the teams that solve problem B and were maybe searching for a problem to solve, maybe now they'll look at problem C. So there are a lot of different strategies that teams will take to try to identify the easy problems. A fairly common one is you split up the problem set into thirds. You give the first third to one person, the second third to a second person, and then the third to the last person. So in this situation, it's probably fairly common that because the person who saw B saw how to solve it and started coding it, C just has been overlooked. But here, in this situation, for whatever reason, KAIST team decided to start working on C first, and so now they know that C is solvable, and now they're probably working on B because you just follow the scoreboard, and the other contestants are able to notice that.
Yeah.
The queue is starting to accelerate pretty quickly. We're getting a bunch of ACs on problem B, and we want to call out St. Petersburg ITMO for being the first to solve problem F.
Yep.
So here we have ITMO on screen solving problem F. Problem F is one of the easier problems. We think it's a little bit easier than problem I. Different teams just have different strengths, and so problem F is actually also a problem that is on the easier half, and we'll expect the teams that are competing to win to solve it fairly quickly. So not too surprising to see that some university out there just went straight for problem F and was able to solve it.
Right. Would you say it's kind of a bit like a more standard problem, or?
Yeah, problem F is definitely very, very standard idea. It looks like a scary geometry problem at first glance, but I think the core idea is very simple. Hint, hint. Well, well, maybe we'll talk about it later, but there's a very standard idea that basically knocks out the problem. Oxford resubmitting to problem I. So they are first to solve problem I with 2 attempts.
Right.
Congratulations. So now we have, this scoreboard is actually pretty interesting. So you've got this nice big column on problem B of all the ACs,
Right.
and then you have KAIST and ITMO and Oxford just out here solving problems C, F, and I. So it's going to be very interesting to see what order the teams solve these problems in, because
Yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting. It's been at the 16-minute mark, right? 4 distinct problems already have solves, which is, I think, pretty fast for World Finals, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. Actually, we kind of know that the easy half of problems, there's like, they're all like, maybe the idea conceptually like the difficulty ranges, but the implementation is fairly, the implementation varies wildly. Like problem C is probably the most implementation heavy. And then F and I are not that implementation heavy, I would say.
Right.
Yeah. KAIST is currently the first team to solve 2 problems. So KAIST is now in the lead.
With B and C,
Yes,
right?
they have solved B and C. So it took them 4 minutes to type B, which will maybe tell you a little bit about how much code you have to write to solve problem B, which is not that much.
Right.
And then we've got a bunch of teams that have solved problem B in the last few minutes. I'm seeing some Chinese teams, Shanghai Jiaotong, Tsinghua University, University of Science and Technology of China.
Yep.
Seeing a bunch of teams in Asia West, the IITs, Delhi, Kharagpur, Madras.
They all solved it within the same minute. So
Yep.
Yeah.
They're definitely
Maybe some
working
similar
separately. They're definitely working separately. They didn't all like
Yeah.
come up with a solution and then just submit it all at the same time.
Yeah. But maybe they practice similar amounts, or they have similar like setup strategies or something.
Yeah.
That leads to pretty similar solve times.
Yeah, we can see that ITMO also has identified problem B. They just submitted to it. Unfortunately, they got wrong answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like problem B has a pretty healthy mix of correct and incorrect submissions. It looks like there are 17 correct submissions and 17 incorrect submissions at the moment. So definitely, maybe there's some edge cases that like are pretty easy to mishandle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there shouldn't be it shouldn't be too complicated to implement if you have the right idea fundamentally. But if you're trying to go fast, then definitely very easy to have some subtle bug somewhere. But it is a problem which is more about implementation than about the idea. The idea is pretty straightforward, but you do have to implement it properly.
Right, right.
We see KAIST on the screen. I think they just swapped. They had 2 people just swap. So is there a submission pending? I can take a look. Okay, so our analysts got back to us about MIT. So MIT is getting wrong answer because they don't handle multiple occurrences of the same number correctly.
So maybe they misread the problem a little bit and didn't realize that the input is, can have repeats and isn't a permutation.
Yeah, so that is one thing that happens. So if you don't read the problem carefully and you sort of misinterpret one of the cases, then your solution just doesn't quite work. And the samples are there for clarity, but they definitely don't cover all of the edge cases. So, we'll see how long it takes for MIT to figure out their bug. In the meantime, they've also submitted to problem F, but they also have wrong submission there. So they're going to have to play a little bit of catch up here.
Right, right, yeah. It's still early. They still have time. They can always, you can always win by problems in this contest. But they're definitely going to have quite a bit of penalty handicap coming out of the kind of the early half of this contest.
Yeah. Looking at the scoreboard, we can see St. Petersburg State University is a second team to 2 problems solved. They had an incorrect submission on problem F, but they have solved problems B and F. So probably what we'll see is we should see a submission on them to maybe problem C or maybe problem I. Maybe C, it looks like. We're seeing a couple more on C. And then KAIST is potentially working on F. We'll see how that rolls out. National Taiwan University has solved problem C instead of the potentially more expected problem B. But it does look like the teams have identified some easy problems here. B, C, and F are definitely on the easier side.
Right.
Problem I think, is a little bit surprising and might throw off some teams. And there is definitely a easy problem that, or there is definitely an easier problem, at least from the perspective of the analysts, that the teams have not yet discovered, probably because the implementation is a little bit scary, and also the problem has a little bit of geometry flavor. But we'll see what happens. We have Kazakh British Technical University. They are the first to solve problem D.
Wow.
So now we have 5 unique problems solved.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, problem D is also in the easy half we expected. Problem D is this very very cute problem. The theming is really funny. A little spoiler: it's about horseback wrestling.
Oh,
Have you ever heard the word horseback paired with the word wrestling before?
What does horseback wrestling mean?
I actually could not tell you. We were told the title. We started laughing really hard. The actual problem idea is it's actually double horseback wrestling. You're making pairs of horseback wrestling teams. That's the whole theming idea.
Right.
Yeah, in these contests, the judges really like to have these entertaining theme ideas. They want to make they want to entertain the contestants. Like there's a problem in here called kindergarten. So, if you don't solve kindergarten, maybe you should go back to kindergarten. Who knows?
We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, they do definitely try and theme a lot of the problems around like local or regional, activities. And yeah, here I guess horseback wrestling must be something that happens in like the in Kazakhstan. There was actually right before we arrived here in Astana, they actually were holding the World Nomad Games, which have a bunch of sports like this that are kind of traditional nomadic activities. And so I wonder if this was among the ones in there.
Yeah, they definitely do try to theme based on the local country. So, for example, in the World Finals in Luxor, there were a bunch of problems that were themed around being in Egypt.
Right.
The queue is really starting to fill up now. We have 54 teams that have solved a problem. Finally, MIT has solved problem B after 3 incorrect attempts.
Right.
So if you look at the scoreboard, their penalty is 83 because, as we mentioned before, you get 20 minutes penalty for every incorrect submission before you solve the problem.
Right.
So even though MIT is currently in rank 54, don't worry. They have plenty of time to catch up by solving more problems.
Right.
Yeah, we have 4 teams that have 2 problems solved. So Keist is still in the lead.
Yeah.
We have, I'm going to mess up this name, Eötvös-Loránd University, and then St. Petersburg State, and then Oxford has solved problem B after solving problem I.
So on screen here, we're looking at Kazakh British, and after solving problem D, they're currently working on problem I. Do you think that makes sense?
I personally, I think in expectation, I would expect B to be less code and easier to get than problem I. So maybe they just don't have the idea for B. B is definitely more of a idea-based problem than implementation. So if a team hasn't yet gotten to the point where they're working on problem B, it probably means that they actually just don't have the key realization.
Right.
Because it is sort of a one idea problem, and then you type like 30 lines of code, and you should get it.
Right.
That's the theory, at least.
Interesting. So they're just typing problem I, and in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter too much how much if you solve problems out of order, just that you solve them each individually quickly. So if you think about it, if you have a problem that takes 5 minutes and a problem that takes 7 minutes, right? If you solve the 5 and then the 7, you get 5 penalty and then 12 penalty. And if you solve the 7 and then the 5, you get 7 penalty and then 12 penalty. So it's like 2 penalty worse if you solve it out of order, right? But on the other hand, if you solve the 5-minute problem in 6 minutes, right, that's an extra 10 penalty for all the problems you solve after it, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually making small inversions isn't a huge deal as long as you are still working fast on any individual problem. And so, if you've seen that, oh, this problem I definitely know how to do, and like I have all the prep done for it, right? It can be good to just start typing it anyways, even if it's like a slightly longer problem.
Yeah, the important thing here that a lot of teams will try to optimize for is a metric we like to call keyboard time. So if your keyboard is being actively spent in solving a problem, that is always going to be good, even if there is an easy problem that you don't have a solution for. So teams should not be too stressed out, or teams should not worry too much that, like how many teams have solved B now? It looks like 54 teams have solved problem B.
Right.
If your team doesn't have a solution to problem B right now, but you have a solution to problem I mean, you should just start typing problem I.
Yeah.
And then if the person comes in and they have a solution to B and they say it's going to take me 2 minutes to type,
right?
Just go type it. You just like kick the person off the keyboard and say,
yeah,
I will solve this problem in 2 minutes.
Yeah, you can always interrupt and like switch dynamically, and really that doesn't cost very much time. So just like making sure that you're like making progress on the early problems is better than doing nothing.
Yeah. Coming back to the scoreboard here, just with a quick update, we have 6 teams now with 2 problems solved. So I think the 2 new teams that have joined are Swarthmore. Swarthmore solved problem F.
Right.
And then Peking University has, they solved D first, actually, and then they solved B, and then they had a wrong submission on C. So it looks like Peking is potentially going to be the first team with 3 problems solved if they can find their bug on C.
Yeah, and I think we'll, the scoreboard right now is going to shift a lot. Teams are going to solve problems, and then it's going to move them like 50 ranks or by solving one problem. But I think what we're going to be looking for coming out of the first hour of this contest is kind of we want to see that all teams. It looks like each of these problems takes maybe like between 5 and 15 minutes to solve, right? So I think we want to see each team having solved at least like 5 or 6 problems, or maybe 4, 5 or 6 problems by the end of the hour, and just having reasonable penalty. Exactly when they solved it, it's not too important as long as they're kind of like done with those and don't have to think about those problems anymore.
Yeah. Someone was asking like, why did MIT have like so many incorrect submissions? So we were talking a little bit earlier about how they weren't handling multiple occurrences of the same number correctly.
Yeah.
So they were fixing all of their bugs that were related to like not handling multiple occurrences correctly. They had multiple bugs related to this assumption in multiple places.
Yeah.
So their third incorrect submission was they fixed like half of the bugs of that form, but they didn't fix the other half, and they just resubmitted it, got wrong answer, and then they like found the remaining ones, and then they finally actually solved it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I wonder what they're actually working on right now. Because they should have like, they should be able to kind of have one person start working on problem F and or problem C or something, and having the other person like spend more time like off the keyboard debugging it, and you can debug it a little more thoroughly without wasting too much time as long as someone else is using the keyboard. But they did get an incorrect submission on F, so maybe everyone was just debugging different problems.
Exactly. We have a scoreboard update yet again. So Kai's team has come in and solved problem I. They were originally in first place, so they have now resolved. Now that they're the first team to solve 3 problems, they're still in the lead.
Yeah.
So they have 3 problems solved with 59 penalties. So they're definitely off to a great early start, and we'll see if they're able to keep up that momentum, pushing through the harder problems in the set.
Yeah. Yeah. So how many problems would you call like easy in this set? So maybe an easy problem is something that takes like less than 20 minutes to solve.
Less than 20 minutes to solve. I think there are at least I would probably say like 7 candidate problems to solve. So I think B, C, D, F, and I, all of the problems that have been solved right now.
Right.
Those would all fall under the like easy.
Yeah, I mean, they all got solved in the first half hour of the contest, right? So
yeah,
they definitely are probably among the easiest problems.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what we're going to see here is a little bit of what we like to call the scoreboard effect. So, if you were in the position of Keist and you're looking at the scoreboard, you've solved problems B, C, and I, and then you see that problem F has been solved 6 times, and problem D has been solved 2 times. So it's very natural to have people focusing on problems F and D.
Right.
you have 3 people, but maybe you have 2 people focusing on getting a solution if they don't have a problem yet.
Right.
And it's looking like they do have another solution queued up. They just swapped people when someone new was on the keyboard.
Yeah.
But soon they're going to have to find new problems to solve.
Yeah.
And if you're at the head of the leaderboard, like that's your job. Your job is to find that next problem. And so this is where it can get kind of tricky because if you're good at following the scoreboard, it's easy to catch up. Obviously, KAIST was first to solve C, so they're actually able to identify like easier problems and being able to solve them.
Yeah.
Does that translate to solving harder problems? We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, so Peking also has solved their second problem. Their third problem to solve was C. I think.
C. They resubmitted C. C was actually their first incorrect submission, and then they resubmitted and solved it.
Yeah.
So they are now second to 3 problems, and now we have 7 teams at 2 problems.
Yeah.
All of them have solved B, and then we have a large swath of teams that have solved just 1. Most of them have solved B. But you have a couple of teams that have solved C and D and I. We got to call out that the University of Zagreb, which was the global first to solve, their bug in problem C is that they're trying to do a little bit of time travel. So in problem C, you're asked when is the earliest you can do something from now, and they print an answer in the past.
Oh,
and that's definitely not possible.
Would maxing that time with now be sufficient to fix their bug?
Probably not, because in the details of the problem, there's like a element of like what day you start, but different days get different treatment.
I see.
So you can't just naively, like it's not. I would say that like the condition is not like binary searchable.
Right.
That's probably the better way to say it, or not naively binary searchable.
Right. So okay, well then we'll have to see how they identify that bug and how they fix it. Yeah, all of the one interesting thing is that pretty much all of the problems have like a lot of incorrect submissions. Out of the 5 teams who have solved C, like 3 of them have at least 1 incorrect submission. Same with F, there's many incorrect submissions there, and same with I. So we'll have to, we'll see how that shapes up and how the distributions change. But maybe it's just contest day nerves. You're it's a little harder to be super careful, and it's a little harder to make sure you're just make sure you're thinking super clearly on contest day. Or maybe actually these contests just all have these problems all just have a lot of details that need
problem
extra
C.
working out.
Problem C is definitely more of a there isn't really idea. It's just implementation. So problem C, I'm not surprised to see like more teams getting wrong submissions to, just because it's easy to just have a subtle bug in your implementation, and the problem features calendar days.
Right.
So if you typo your table of how many days are in a month or whatever, this could be extremely catastrophic. And it's an extremely subtle bug that you might not be able to catch.
Right.
So yeah, and then for problem B, I think a lot of teams are having similar bugs to what MIT had, where they're like not properly handling non-unique numbers. All in all, at the beginning, it's a little bit unfortunate if you get that wrong submission, but by the end, it really does come down to are you able to solve that 7th or 8th or even 9th problem?
Yeah, I think just the more in the beginning of the contest, obviously penalty matters, but the most important thing is how much time it takes you to solve your 5th problem, so that you have enough time to work on all the hard problems.
Yeah. We're here with another scoreboard update. So we have Eötvös Loránd University. They have solved problems B, F, and I. So they have a distinct set from KAIST, which has solved B, C, and I. So it looks like, as far as difficulties go, problem F has been solved 13 times, and problem C has been solved 10 times. So it's looking like B, C, and F are 3 of the easier problems.
Right.
The analysts actually predicted the problem A would also be fairly easy. However, A is the problem with a little bit of geometric flavor. If you look at the diagram, you see some lines and trapezoids, and you're like, uh-oh, I don't want to deal with trapezoids. But actually, the problem is quite It's actually very simple. And so we're going to see when some team goes for it.
Yeah.
One thing we haven't called out on the stream quite yet is if you are the first to solve a problem, your team actually wins prize money. So there are some teams that when they're competing, they're not going to compete to get a medal because they don't expect to be in the top 12 teams.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they can't walk away like empty-handed. Like if they're the first team to solve a problem, then they can make some money off of this contest.
Right. And so they might try and work on some of the other problems like problem A or something in order to kind of just snipe that first to solve.
Yeah, I am personally quite surprised that problem A still has not been solved. So I like to think of this as the scoreboard effect. Like because there are these 5 problems that have been solved within the. Honestly, these 5 problems were solved in like the first half hour. Like there's going to be so much focus on this, and so I think only teams that are like really interested in getting that like first to solve prize money are going to be focused on, trying to solve different problems.
Yeah. So now that it's been like half an hour, why don't we open some of the easy problems and just show some of them? So let me pull these up on this iPad here.
Yeah, should we do problem B since it's been the most solved so far?
So let me pull up this problem set. We have the short versions of the problems. So let me add that real quick. While I'm typing, do you want to?
Yeah, let me try to like read the problem a little bit while we get the short description up. So problem B is called Bingo for the Win. So there is so in Bingo for the Win, we're playing this game called Speed Bingo, and so in Speed Bingo, every person has their like bingo card. It's not the traditional like 2D bingo that people might be more commonly familiar with, but each person just has a card, and the card will have K different numbers on it. The numbers are not necessarily distinct, and I'm calling this out because we've seen that teams have gotten this wrong. But so each card will have K numbers on it. And so the difference between this, another difference between this and regular bingo is, so the bingo master is going to call out some number. And then the players from 1 to N in order will kind of go and look at their card and be like, oh, do I have this number on my card? The first person that says, I have this number on my card, sort of says like, I have this number on my card. Then they cross it out. If it appears multiple times, they can only cross it out once. And then the bingo master goes and calls out another number. And so we're going to repeat this process until everyone has crossed out all the numbers on their cards. So the loser of this game is the person who is the last to finish crossing out all the numbers.
Right.
And so the problem here is compute the probability that each person can be the loser, given that the bingo master is kind of calling out the numbers uniformly at random.
Right, right. So how would we approach this problem? I guess one thing is the loser is just whoever has the unique card left when NK minus 1 cards are called, right? So if there are NK cards, right, then at NK minus 1, we kind of instead of playing until like all but one person is out, we can actually just keep playing until we've called all NK minus 1 cards, right? So play. Let's use the pen. So play until NK minus 1, right? And maybe this is the key insight, because now kind of all we care about is what's the last card, right? Because all the other cards, it doesn't really matter the order that you call them out. It's just like the last, whoever like, like you just pick one card at random to be the last card, and then you call out all other cards, and then whoever is holding the last card loses.
Yeah, so that's the idea in this problem. So the one idea in this problem is the loser is just the person who like actually crosses out number NK minus 1. So the only card that actually materially matters is the last card. So you can do some like brute force on the last card to compute the probability that that number is the last card based
Right.
on how frequently it appears.
Right.
And then you just look at all the cards and you see like, okay, well, if this is the last card, who
Right.
loses?
Right.
And
right.
that's it.
And whoever loses is just the highest numbered person holding a card of that number.
Exactly.
Right. And yeah, I guess if one person is holding multiple cards of the same number, that can be a little. Maybe that's some of the edge cases that like MIT and teams were like that we're struggling with.
Yeah, so our analysts are telling us that the most common reason for wrong answer on problem B is exactly what MIT had. Like, they're not handling the duplicate scenarios correctly. Because if all of the numbers are unique,
Right.
then this problem is actually very easy. Person N always loses because
Well,
right?
if all numbers are unique, then it's uniform.
Oh,
right?
sorry, yeah.
Right.
If they're all unique, then it's.
But
then,
if all
yeah.
people have the same hand, then
Then
it's
it's the last
always
person.
just the last person.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the duplicates that matter because the duplicates affect the probabilities that are coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the easiest way is kind of what you were saying. You first compute the probability of the values of the last card, and then you for each value you consider just the single last person.
Exactly.
have
Exactly.
that card. Yeah.
I'm gonna let's look at the scoreboard really quickly. There are some changes here.
Mm-hmm.
So notably, I see that Keist is first to solve 4 problems. So they
Right.
solved problem F. They had 2 incorrect attempts, but still first to 4. And now we can see that there are 3 more teams at 3 problems to solve. So, Peking and Edgeworth-Larand were already there, I believe, and then Beijing Jiaotong University. They solved I, and then they solved F 2 minutes later. So they jumped quickly from 1 problem to 3. And then Zagreb also solved F in minute 39, and then they just solved C at minute 42. With a couple wrong submissions. So we're seeing sort of you can see that with the number of wrong submissions, it's the penalty is sort of broken up quite a bit. So
Right.
like Zagreb has like net 3 wrong submissions.
Yeah.
We have an announcement from our staff that the mirror is now up for solving.
Right.
The website is judge.icpc.global, I believe.
Yeah.
You can register there, and you can try out these problems for yourself.
Yeah. And submit and see if you submit any code that you write. Yeah.
Speaking of people who are trying to do the mirror, I believe we have 3 competitive programming legends
Right.
somewhere here doing it. So
Yeah.
we have Piotr,
Yeah.
Ksun48,
Yep.
and Khan,
Yep.
Code Forces handles. I believe these 3 are running a mirror stream right now. And so if
Yeah.
you want to watch them solve it, you
Yep.
can watch their stream.
Yeah, I think they just started, and they're going on Piotr's stream on YouTube. So it's youtube.com/Piotr Mitrushev.
Yeah, I'm actually peeking at their stream right now. They're definitely they haven't actually submitted anything yet, or at least it doesn't look like they've they've marked anything as solved on their stream just yet.
Yeah.
But they've just started.
Looks like they're working on problem F.
I see. I think my stream might be a little bit desync. I see a top tree for some reason, and that's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see how that shapes up.
Okay, scoreboard update. Peking University, second team to 4 problems. They just solved problem F. So even though they have fewer wrong attempts, because they kind of took a little bit longer to get there, they are currently 4 penalty minutes behind Keist.
Yep.
And then we still have the 3 teams at 3. And then we have teams filling out 2 problems solved.
Right.
So
Yeah.
at the bottom of the scoreboard still is MIT, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
They were working on problem F, and problem F is a binary search problem, and unfortunately it seems that their binary search is a little bit wrong, and their bounds are not sufficiently wide enough.
Oh, interesting.
And so if they made their bounds wider, then they would pass.
Yeah, that can be one of those tricky bugs to figure out.
Yeah. Also, MIT just submitted the problem I, and
Yep.
they also got wrong answer, I think.
So now they have incorrect submissions on 3 distinct problems already.
Yeah. So
which is not really a state you want to be in. That's really like too many problems and too many problems to look at once. and to try and debug at once, which is yeah, going to be a little bit problematic for them going forward.
I see we have some KSN48 fans in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have some friends over in North America who are tuning in, and
yeah.
It's a little late out there. I believe it's like it's almost midnight on the West Coast and almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast. So thanks for staying up and tuning in to watch us. We appreciate it.
Yep.
Speaking of North America, we have Swarthmore just coming in on problem D.
So that's their third problem, and I think they're the third team to solve problem D?
Are they the third team to solve problem D? Yes, they are the third team. So it's Swarthmore, Peking, and Kazakh British.
Yeah.
So those are the 3 teams that have solved D. So it's actually it's pretty interesting actually that I'm like looking. My eyes are glazing at the teams with 4. But yeah, it's interesting to see like the different combinations of 3 solves. So like Etvos Laurent and Beijing Jiaotong have B, F, and I. Swarthmore has B, D, and F, and Zagreb has B, C, and F. And then at 4, Keist and Peking also have non-matching sets. So probably someone on Keist is looking at D, and someone from Peking is looking at I.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, we have so we have this screenshot of a fix that would work for MIT to solve problem F. So their binary search goes from 0 to 2 times 10 to the 18. But if they changed it from 2 times 10 to the 18 to 8 times 10 to the 18.
Yeah, and that change actually, because 8 times 10 to the 18 is so close to the bound of a long, you actually want it to be an unsigned long in order to make sure that you don't overflow. Make sure you don't overflow when you add L and R.
Some people would say that that's not the right way to implement binary search, and you should do like L plus like R minus L plus but yeah, so that just goes to show that at the World Finals, like, do you need to know binary search? The answer is wholeheartedly yes. You need to know binary search.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see how long it takes them to find that bug. Yeah. So yeah. Let's talk a little bit about like the teams here at the top. So do you know much? Do you know much about Keist or Peking?
I don't actually know too much about Keist or Peking. I would say that even though I spend a lot of time on Korean competitive programming circles, I'm not super familiar with the Keist team. I know that they really like penguins. I think their team name is Penguins, and I believe one of them. And I think the year before their team name was like Baby Penguins. So I guess they're all grown up now. I've been talking with their coaches. They've been really excited to be out here in Kazakhstan. I didn't ask them for their expectations for their team. I didn't want to stress them out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Keist regularly shows up at the World Finals.
Yeah.
They have fielded some very strong teams in the past.
Yeah. It looks like this team has 2 members from the 46th World Finals and 1 member from 2 members from the 47th World Finals and 1 member from the 46th World Final. So they're definitely all veterans, and this is going to be all of their second World Finals. Yeah, we'll see how they perform and if they're able to keep this lead.
Yeah, and then I think Peking University is definitely one of the teams that a lot of our viewers think will be like one of the favorites to win. So China, especially from Peking University and Tsinghua University, definitely they have very strong teams. Usually, like I think they have 2 or 3 legendary grandmasters on Code Forces.
Right.
So Peking is definitely, I think, one of the like top picks for like getting a gold medal, and probably one of the. Definitely, they do have some winning chances, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I think no one is too surprised to see like Peking coming off to an early lead.
Yep.
I think that there's some discussion online about whether Peking or Tsinghua is going to be the Asia East champion.
Yep.
I think in the head-to-head at the East China at the ECU finals. Tsinghua won.
I think Tsinghua won by a problem.
Yeah, actually. So Tsinghua won by a problem. So they're probably Tsinghua is probably slightly favored.
Yeah.
But every contest is different, and so don't count out Peking. Like they're obviously like they're winning right now, so Tsinghua has to.
Yeah, I mean I think Tsinghua here has only 1 or 2 problems right now.
Tsinghua actually, I think
they have 2 problems.
Yeah, they have 2. Actually, they just got 3. They just got.
They just solved their 3rd problem. So they're definitely playing a little bit of catch up, but there's still time, and these problems. The contest is still early, so there's plenty of time to solve.
Yeah, like it's a 5-hour contest. This is definitely a marathon and not a sprint. So it's perfectly okay to have a somewhat slow first hour as long as you're consistently solving problems. Like the number one thing that really keeps teams from meddling is they hit the wall where they just don't have anything left to type.
Right.
So it's perfectly fine to be spending like 20 minutes typing problems if you're constantly solving problems.
Right. As long as you like kind of it's definitely pretty common that maybe you come out of the gate pretty strong and you solve like all 7 easy problems and then like the next 2 medium problems, and then you just spend the last hour of the contest or like the last hour and a half of the contest with no problems to type at all. And so that's definitely like that's definitely a recipe for losing on problems that you want to avoid.
Yeah. We often talk about like how do you like get better at contests, and actually one of the most important things to do about getting better at contests is to make sure you can solve all the problems that you should solve.
Right.
Like if you go into World Finals and you're only able to solve 5 problems, if you solve 5 problems, then you basically did about as well as you could.
Right.
But if you solve 4 problems, then
you
you definitely had some room to improve or get better.
Yeah. So we'll wait as this scoreboard keeps evolving. The stream of submissions has definitely slowed down a little bit. Kind of all the teams have kind of submitted their first problem that they're what they think are like the easiest problems, and the gaps between submissions are going to start getting longer and longer.
Exactly. Going back to MIT, so we talked about problem C. So problem C was this problem around the calendar, and for some reason, the problem in problem C, if I can, maybe I'll try to quote this exactly verbatim. It says, for this problem, assume that a calendar year has 12 months of 365 days. So notably, there's no notion of leap years.
Right.
MIT has leap year logic in their problem C, and this is why they're getting it incorrect. And actually, if you try to do leap years in problem C, it would be, this problem goes from being not that bad to actually being extremely annoying, because you have to model, it talks about like consecutive 365-day periods.
Right.
And so that actually ends up like shifting if you have leap years.
Right.
So so this problem, they're making it harder for themselves. In fact, they're making it impossible for themselves.
Right. And so they actually didn't really read the problem carefully enough.
Yeah, they need to go back and read the problem. This is also a very important skill in programming contests, making sure you're solving the problem in front of you, not the problem that you've made up in your head somewhere.
Right. So it looks like they are currently debugging problem I. They also have problems C and F open. And one other thing about this format is that teams, even though they only have 1 keyboard, they do have the option to print out. They do have the option to print out solutions to any problems that they've implemented. So they can actually they can print them out and then have other people read the code on paper to try and debug it that way.
Yeah. So being able to print is one way to make sure that you're using your keyboard time optimally. So a very common strategy that teams will do is they will step 1 is submit their code. Step 2 is print their code. Step 3 is get out of the way for their teammate to start implementing. So it's very important to be efficiently using that keyboard time. And so MIT MIT is definitely like in position to solve several more problems, but they just have to find their bugs
in each of them. Yeah. So that's definitely like going to be time consuming, and if they finish it, they're still in an okay spot. If they finish 4 problems in 55 minutes, then they're still only like, compared to Tsinghua, for instance, they're still like, they have much more penalty, but they're going into the back half of the problems like kind of at the same time.
Yeah. We were talking about Peking and Tsinghua University, and Tsinghua actually is the third team to solve 4 problems. So they solved I and C within 4 minutes of each other.
Yeah, it looks like they had bugs on both.
Yep, they had bugs on both.
Right.
And Peking is actually first to 5. So Peking just solved problem I. So Peking is first to solve all 5 of the easy problems.
Right.
And now what will be interesting to see is what do they go for next? Do they go for problem A, which is what the analysts think is the easiest unsolved problem for them, or are they going to surprise us and solve something else?
Yeah, so why don't we actually pull up Peking's their screen. Here, I can pull this up real quick. And we can take a quick look and see what they have. It looks like they don't have any problems open right now, so they might have actually run out of problems. If we look in the camera, like all 3 of them, it looks like are reading code on reading problems on paper right now. So they actually don't seem to have a problem queued up, which hopefully they find one and can start working on it soon.
Yeah, we'll see. It's okay for there to be a little bit of a lull right now.
Yeah.
Just because there are no other teams that have 5 problems solved, and so they can spend a little bit of time to think about like what their next step is. But you can expect that Tsinghua is probably working on D. Keist is also probably working on D.
Right.
And yeah. Our 4th team to 4 problems solved is MIPT.
Wow.
So MIPT is also one of the favorites, I think, to get a gold and definitely have winning chances. Their 4th problem solved is actually problem B. So they were off to a pretty slow start. Their first solve is at 39 minutes.
Right.
But then they caught up quickly. So
yeah,
39.
They have 4 problems solved in the span of 20 minutes, right? With 2 incorrect submissions to go with them.
Yeah, and it happens. Some teams are really good at getting out of the gate quickly and solving problems sort of sequentially. MIPT definitely taking maybe a more intentional approach and just trying to make sure that they don't have that many wrong submissions. They do have 2 wrong submissions, but as we've said, it's not going to matter too much. Yeah, one thing that is surprising here is we're just coming up on the 1 hour mark, and the analysts actually expected there to be 6 or 7 unique problems solved, and we only have 5.
Yeah.
So I think definitely some leaderboard effect is coming into play.
Yeah.
I also am hearing from our analysts that, so we know that MIT has incorrect submissions on C, F, and I. So if you were in MIT's position right now, what would you do?
It's a really good question. It's a pretty bad position to be in, right? I think I probably would not start a fresh problem. I probably would. I haven't looked at any of the problems, but I would probably go write a slow solution to at least one of them and try and diff my solution. I know some of the problems have to do, for instance, which one was it? F's problem has to do with a large binary, has to do with large inputs, right? So maybe that one is harder to find. But some of them definitely you could just try and write some brute force solution and just you're going to burn some keyboard time, but at this point you just need to get these problems over with.
Yes, well, I am sad to inform you that MIT is working on problem D.
Okay. Is that what they're typing right now?
Apparently, they are typing problem D. This is what the analysts are telling me.
And I mean, that's okay if they can actually solve problem D. I don't know how much code they're writing, and it's definitely not really on track for a speedy way to kind of fix all their bugs. Do you think most of their bugs? Do you know if most of their bugs are 1 or 2 lines or 1 or 2 key pieces?
So we know that C is. We know that for problem C, they've incorporated leap year somehow. So this is a problem statement reading issue that they have. For problem F, we know that the bounds of their binary search are wrong. And actually, these are two very insidious bugs. Because the first one is you have to actually read the problem to find your bug.
Right.
And you have to realize that, when are they going to realize that leap years are not relevant? Because actually, the problem statement does not say the word leap. So they just coded in leap years.
Interesting.
And so the only way they're going to figure it out is if they actually very carefully read and realize that the leap year wasn't defined anywhere, so they remove that logic and then they're good. And same thing for problem F. You don't expect your binary search to, you don't expect your bounds to be wrong usually. That's usually the
Right.
They're probably out here assuming that the binary search just has to be wrong. The idea has to be wrong. But if the idea is wrong, then they're actually in a lot of trouble because the intended solution is binary search, and then you do some knapsack actually.
Right.
So for F, they're in a lot of trouble. And then for problem I is a tree DP sort of thing. So that one they can probably fix. I can see if the analysts gave me, let's see, what are the analysts saying about MIT's submission to I? They have TLE actually, and they have TLE because they're doing a DFS, but their DFS doesn't revisits nodes, so their solution's n-squared complexity.
I see.
So,
Right.
yeah, I think MIT is having a little bit of a bad start this
Right.
morning, and hopefully they can fix their bugs and then kind of if they get all their bugs in the first hour and they don't write any more bugs later on, then they'll probably be okay.
Yeah. So it's been an hour into the contest, and we are we're looking at the scoreboard, and there are 5 distinct problems that have been solved. Peking has actually solved all 5 of them, and different teams have solved different subsets going down. But yeah, we'll see how long it kind of. It looks like the way this contest will work is every team will try and get to these 5, and then we'll see from there. Peking actually we can see is still looking at. They're all solving together on a piece of paper, so they actually don't have another problem to solve yet. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and Keist is coding. I'm guessing they're working on problem D, since that's the one that they don't have. But yeah.
Yeah, and so coming up, we are going to show a solution video of problem B, and we'll be right back after this video.
N players playing so-called speed bingo. In this game, each player has k numbers on their card, and the bingo master draws this number in some order which is picked uniformly at random. And when the number is drawn, each player, the first player that has this number can cross it out on their card, and if the number occurs on the card multiple times, the player can only cross it out one time. The problem asks for each player to compute the probability that this player will lose the game, which happens if this player is the last one to cross out all of their numbers. So To answer this problem, we need to consider for each number in the card of this player, what is the probability that this specific number would be picked last. Without a lot of generality, we can assume that within their own card, each player crosses out the same number in some specific order, for example, left to right. And then basically what we need to count is assuming that the distribution of numbers is picked uniformly at random, the probability that some specific number is picked last is essentially the same as the probability that this specific number is picked first. So, and to account for the fact that players can only cross out this number if there's the first player at the moment who didn't cross out it earlier, we need to check for each number in the current player whether there are any occurrences of the same number in the cards of later players. So if there are such occurrences, then the probability that this number will be crossed out last by this specific player is 0, because even when this player crosses out all of occurrences of this number in his card, there will be still some other players that would be going to cross out later occurrences of this number. And the other situation is that this specific number only occurs either with this player or in the cards of the players that have lower numbers. And in this case, the probability that this specific number would be the last in the permutation is the total number of occurrences of this number in all cards of all players over the total number of numbers in all cards over all players, which is n times k. And after that, we just simply sum up these probabilities over all numbers in the card of this player, because them being last in the distribution as independent events.
Welcome back to the 48th ICPC World Finals in Astana. So we're just past the 1 hour mark. We're going to give a quick update on the scoreboard because quite a bit has happened since the presentation on B. We see on screen Swarthmore has an incorrect assertion in their code, and if they remove the incorrect assertion, they would solve.
I think that's what they already did
this.
To fix it. Yeah. Maybe that was their fix on problem D.
Was that the fix on D?
I don't see any problems where they have a submit, but
yes. let me see. I have some view. Oh, actually, yes. They commented out the assertion on their own, and then they got AC. So this was for a submission that was 20 minutes back.
Yeah.
So we have Swarthmore on screen right now. I think everyone who's tuning in and looking at by Codeforce's rating knows about geothermal. So geothermal is the one who's in the middle in the team view right now, and so he's like 8th individually on Codeforces at the moment or something. So yeah, Swarthmore is having a very good performance right now, and we'll see if they're able to keep it up. I see some date code, so they are indeed working on problem C. So it looks like they might be. We'll see if they're the next team to get to 5. But Peking is still uniquely at 5 problems solved, and we now have 10 teams with 4 problems solved. Going down the scoreboard, we have Edvosland, and then KAIST, the National University of Singapore, Swarthmore, St. Petersburg State, Seoul National, Tsinghua, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, Tokyo. Kazakh British Technical University just came in with a solve on B. So they are in 10th. Tokyo is in 11th. And then Waterloo rounding out the top 12 with 4 problems solved.
And I think we were seeing that actually Peking started typing a problem. It looks like they might have been typing problem J or problem A. I'm not sure. They've kind of started working on the next problem, their next problem in the list. So kind of we saw they were actually stuck for a little bit without any problems to solve, but now they seem to have. It looks like they've started typing problem J. Looks like this is a segment tree or something. Not really sure how it'll work out after that, but
J is one of the harder problems in the problem set. Like we expect that we expect that if you want to medal, you will need to solve J eventually. We were kind of commenting that it is kind of a professional problem in a sense. This isn't a commonly used term, I think, but we think that very experienced competitive programmers who have this familiarity with DP on a segment tree will be able to knock out this problem very quickly.
I see.
But other teams that maybe aren't so familiar will just not be able to solve this problem.
I see. So Peking, I think their team members have all been doing this for a while, so they should have the experience to kind of round this out. The other problem that we've seen teams start to work on is problem A, right? KAIST and Zagreb each have a submit on problem A. Looking at the top of the scoreboard, why don't we talk a little bit about that problem?
So the analysts have told me that Zagreb's idea for problem A is actually not correct, but they could fix it pretty quickly.
Right.
Anyway, problem A is billboards.
Right.
So imagine that you have this big rectangular billboard, and so there are n different sponsors, and so each sponsor has this pairwise linear value function over the billboard.
Right.
And they're each going to get some space on the billboard, and each sponsor wants to feel like they are being valued appropriately. So if you consider a sponsor and you consider the rectangular sub area that they are assigned, the value of that area relative to the total value of the board, they want to see that they get at least 1/m of the total value from their perspective. So you need to figure out a way to potentially assign sub rectangles on the billboard to all the sponsors to make them all happy, or to just say oh, that's actually impossible.
Yeah, so is the billboard essentially one-dimensional here?
Yeah, this is a one-dimensional. So the billboard would be described as a two-dimensional thing, but this is all a one-dimensional problem. And then the value function is you're given an x coordinate that maps to the value for that point.
Right. And one thing, so this is kind of a very classic problem actually. I remember hearing about this in various math, kind of math circles and things like that. This is sometimes, a lot of the time it's when people talk about this problem, they talk about it in terms of cakes, right? It's a cake cutting problem where the kind of one standard solution to this. yeah, one standard solution to this problem is like when you, so if I have two people and I'm trying to do this, and I'm trying to split a cake, right, in half, and I want to split it in a way that like both of us, maybe we have different valuations, but I want to split it so that both of us are happy. One thing I can do is I can split it as close to one half on my own valuation as I can, and then you pick which slice you want.
Exactly.
So that way I'm guaranteed one half, and you're guaranteed like also because you picked, you guaranteed at least one half.
Exactly. And so maybe this specific approach doesn't exactly generalize to when you have n different people, but like imagine that like you like the solution is basically sort of like a generalization of this.
Right.
So like imagine that you have this like big rectangular cake, and then the person you have the cutter, and they're an impartial person. So they're going to take the knife and they're going to slowly start panning it over, and then the moment that like some sponsor says like it hits like 1 like some sponsor can say, oh wait, that hit 1 I'm happy with this slice.
Yeah.
So they take that slice,
Yeah.
and then you just keep going, and you can keep repeating this until
Yeah.
everyone's assigned, and that's actually how you do it.
And the reason this works is that if over here, like sponsor A has likes one nth of this cake, and sponsor B likes, you know, maybe like, say there are 5 sponsors, and so maybe over here, let me go find some more empty space. So if over here, right, sponsor A is happy with like, it says this is like worth 0.2, and B says this is only worth like 0.18, right? The nice thing is that if we cut here, then the rest of this is worth, for B, it's worth like at least 0.82, right? Which means that if B gets like a quarter of what's remaining, then B is always happy enough, you know? And so kind of if a person is not satisfied with the first part, then it makes it easier for them to be satisfied with the latter part because there's more that they want left. And so that's like, that's kind of some of the key ideas to make this cake cutting algorithm work. And implementing this is obviously pretty tricky, especially with so many piecewise linear functions.
Yeah, but it at the end of the day, it kind of sort of like it is mostly just like implementation, and the idea itself is fundamentally pretty simple.
Yeah.
I actually was responsible for recording the analyst solution for this problem, and I like didn't even notice the like analogy to cake cutting.
Right.
But when I thought about it, I like immediately was like, oh, you can just kind of greedily
Right.
assign like the smallest prefix that someone is happy with and just repeat until you're done.
Right. So I think we still, if we go back and look at the scoreboard, I think still no team has any successful submission on this.
No.
It looks like KAIC has their second submission.
Yeah, Keist has another submission to it. They think that they like found some edge case around looking. I see something about like maybe they're not handling like lines properly. They're only failing. Oh, they're now only failing one test case actually. So Keist is actually super close.
Yeah.
I am not going to try to do any live analysis of code on stream. It is probably going to...
A little too hard.
It's going to be a little stressful.
Right.
But our analysts are behind the scenes, and they will probably, if they feel like it, they can definitely show us a screenshot of a change if they can find like a one-line fix.
Yeah.
Our analysts just came back to tell me that MIT is also working on problem A. So they now have 5 problems that are in progress, and they still only have, I believe they still
they've solved another problem, actually. They've actually solved problem F. They fixed their bug. Do you know if their bug fix was actually just the one that the judges suggested?
Yes. So I'm showing Andrew here. They changed their bounds from 2E8 to 8.01 E18.
Right.
And they fixed their bug on F. So at least they're like, they have solved the second problem, but they definitely have a lot of work to do if they want to catch up and win.
Yeah, they're now working on problem I, which they have 2 incorrect submissions on. It looks like they have problems D and A open in other tabs as well. So hopefully they're able to clean up their whole game and get back on track. Because if they do clean out all these problems, they actually will be in like a pretty good spot.
Yeah. MIT will be in a little bit of an awkward position where they probably have no chance of winning on penalty.
Right.
So they will have to win on problem solved.
Right.
However, we all know that the MIT team is pretty strong on paper.
Yeah.
So if there was a team that would win on problem solved, like MIT could definitely be one.
Definitely
such
could
team.
be MIT. So they pretty much have to make sure that they finish these problems with enough time for them to take advantage of any advantage in problem solving that they might have.
Yeah, our analysts are telling us that for Keist's submission to problem A, we suspect that they have some precision issues. I know that they were talking about judge solutions last night, and it's very possible that it's possible to have precision issues if you ever do any sort of subtraction.
Right.
And
one thing that could be tempting is, in order to find like the weight of an interval, right? You just find the weight of like the prefix, and you subtract the weight of the prefix of the right endpoint, and you subtract the weight of the prefix of the left endpoint. But if you do that, then you can very easily run into some precision issues with maybe the area of the middle.
Yeah, we see that Keist's team is resubmitting and they get AC, but so they are first to solve problem A.
Right. So they actually are now they fixed their bug. Maybe if you can pull up the submission and just see if it looks like just some. Yeah, looks like
they replaced some square roots with some square root L's.
Okay.
So they did have actually some overflow.
I think square root L is just. No, they changed double to long double.
Long double.
So they just increased the precision of their floating point numbers, and now they're passed. So now they are on to working on problem D, I guess. Or what is this? Why are they editing I.cpp? Is that L.cpp? Oh, that's L.cpp. Oh, so they're actually not even working on problem D next. They're working on problem L.
Problem L, right. So I forgot. So when I said that there were 7 candidate problems that we would expect to be solved in the first hour, the 2 that were not solved were A and L.
Right.
So A has been solved at the 80-minute mark,
right.
But L has not been. And L is the interactive problem of the set. It's actually pretty easy to describe, but it is it's an interactive problem, so it's a little scary. Swarthmore on screen, they just solved problem C, same minute as Keist, but they are in second place now.
Their penalty is, like 13 minutes better, so there's still plenty of jockeying to be done.
Yeah, and so Swarthmore had only 1 incorrect submission over their 5 solves, whereas Keist has 4.
Right.
So that's part of the reason why. MIPT jumping in to 4th place, all solving problem D. So you can see that these teams have all gotten to 4 problems solved, or these 3 teams have just gotten to 4 problems solved, all like within a minute or 2 of each other.
Right.
Very different paths, and the penalties are a little bit different. But now they're kind of all on equal footing, and now it's up to Keist and MIPT. If they want to jump ahead, they have to solve another problem.
Peking has like this 30-minute head start on working on their next problem, which it seemed like they were working on problem J, but we haven't actually seen them submit, and they did start a little bit later. So we'll see how they if they manage to like take advantage of that head start to kind of solve their 6th problem first.
Yeah. So we're actually coming up on the 90-minute mark, which is a pretty good time to talk about this sort of unofficial 90-minute heuristic that has been used in the past to kind of predict medal thresholds and winning thresholds.
Right.
Do you actually know the 90-minute heuristic?
I don't know the exact 90-minute heuristic. Why don't you?
All right. So at the 90-minute heuristic works roughly something like this. So at the 90-minute mark, just freeze the scoreboard. Just print it out and note which problems have been solved. We're not yet at the 90-minute mark, but let's say we were. So we would look at the scoreboard and we would see that A, B, C, D, F, and I, so 6 problems, have been solved. So the 90-minute heuristic roughly says something to the effect of you must solve all of these problems. It is a necessary condition to solve all of these problems to medal. It's not sufficient, actually. So I think the old heuristic was something like you needed to solve +1 to get bronze, +2 to get silver, and then it used to be like either +0, 1, 2, or 3 for bronze, silver, gold, and winning, or +1, 2, 3, and 4. And it looks like we're getting pretty close to a plus 1, 2, 3, or 4 situation here. So in this case, if there are no more solves and no unique problem solved in the next like 5 minutes, the 90-minute heuristic says it will take 7 to get bronze, 8 to get silver, 9 to get gold, and 10 to win.
Right. Yeah. And it is kind of interesting that in this contest, pretty much all teams have had the same set of 5 problems that they solved at the very beginning. The only exception to this is Keist solving problem A. And so I think the heuristic is going to, like, it probably needs a little, like, is probably going to apply a little bit less here because normally you have situations where, like, at 90 minutes, teams have solved 5 of the 7 possible, 7 easiest problems. And so we start with 7 as a baseline. But here, actually, like, we really have only, we really pretty much only have these 5 or 6 problems that are solved. Even though there might be some more that are solvable and just no teams have gotten to them yet.
Yeah, we're pulling up the statistics here. So just to quickly mention like how much each of the problems has been solved. So problem B, definitely sort of the standout, and maybe we're a little bit misguided in our predictions on how hard the idea on B was. But 127 teams have solved B. That's just over 90% of the teams here. Meanwhile, only 49 teams have solved C, and actually problem F has 72 solves. Which I think was a little bit surprising. Like, I think that most of us expected that problem F would be kind of hard because there's this binary search and this like hidden knapsack, and there's this geometry flavor hiding a graph problem inside. But the teams are proving us wrong, and over half the teams have solved F. Which, I mean, that's perfectly fine. Like, it's great. It's actually great to see that teams are finding the problems a little bit easier than we expected. And then the difficulty curve, like, is actually kind of adjusting quite a bit. So problem C has 49 solves, and then problem I somehow has 31. I think I was expected to be quite a bit harder, but I guess teams are sort of showing their mettle, and they know they're tree DPs.
Right. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. Let's see if there's any other like problems. Right now we're looking at Peking, who's looks like they're testing problem J already. See, one thing that they're doing here is they're taking their output and they take their code and they paste the output of their test code of their test run. And once they paste their output, then they can print the code with the output and use that all to debug on paper together. And so that can be like a little bit more efficient.
Yeah.
And that way you can get the test output also on paper, so you don't have to keep looking at the computer.
Yeah, exactly. Keist is up here. This is problem L still?
Yeah.
Yeah, so L is this interactive problem. I don't think we've seen any submissions. Yeah, we've not seen any submissions of problem L. So maybe Keist has actually, like, are they going for first solves, or is it?
No.
Or do you
I think they're just. I think no. I mean, look, following the scoreboard is fun and all, but like, if you're trying to like, if you're trying to do well in these contests, you'll always be in at least some situations where you just have to, like read all the problems and like independent of everyone else, like just like pick which ones you think you can solve. And so I'm sure they're just like kind of reading the scoreboard, and someone knows how to do L, but maybe they don't have a solution on D yet, so they're just typing L.
Yeah, L is definitely a little bit more involved as a problem, just because it's interactive. There's a lot more implementation going on. Problem D is actually a pretty clean, like greedy problem.
Interesting.
If you only once you sort of have, if you have the idea and then you have the right implementation, I think it ends up being very short. But it is easy to have like a subtly wrong idea on it, and so. It's possible that they're trying to really make sure that they have D correct before they proceed with implementation.
Yeah, why don't we talk about problem D really quickly? Let's just pull up the.
While you pull up,
real
yep,
quickly.
I will start reading. So,
just pull it up on screen.
Problem D is called doubles horseback wrestling. The short description has stripped all mention of doubles horseback wrestling, but the TLDR is you have N people. And each person has a skill rating in some interval. The skill rating is not known, but it's actually like flexibly choosable.
Right.
And so you can pair up 2 people if you can pick like skill levels for them that are consistent with their intervals and sum to a global constant S. And so you want to compute a maximum such pairing, and you also have to like actually give an actual pairing. You can't just state like, oh, like 10 is possible.
Right. Oh, okay. You have to actually output the pairing, which is, you know, usually not too difficult, especially if it's some kind of greedy thing. So one idea is, let's see, if no one crosses like S over 2, right, then you really just have like these two groups of people, one on the left side and one on the right side, and you can, there's like, they really don't interact with each other, right? It's very easy to kind of do the greedy thing. And so that's one idea, but you kind of run into some problems if, you know, if some person could be either like close to the middle on the left or close to the middle on the right, but not both, right? And so I'm kind of trying to think through like how might you pair those people up? But if you kind of think about it, like if you want to use one person on both sides, maybe it just makes sense to use it. Not too sure. So I guess like maybe you want to start from the outside in, and there's still some kind of greedy that works. The problem is just, like if you have one person who spans the middle, then maybe they can help someone on the left or someone on the right, but not both. And so they can match with someone on the left or someone on the right, but not both. And so that's like a little bit tricky.
Yeah. One thing to note in this modeling of the problem is that you have two people that span the middle, you can trivially pair them.
Right.
And so you do kind of like you are able to exploit that at least.
Right.
So if you have people who are sort of who do not cross S over 2, then it's like it's a little bit more obvious like what like how you can greedily pair them up.
Right. And one other like fact about matching is kind of if I have one available matching, if I have one person and they only can match like, and if I have person A who can match only with person B, right? It's kind of always fine for A to like steal person B, because what happens? Like the worst they do is they break up B with some other person, and like they form a new matching, which is the only possible matching for themselves. And so that like doesn't, you know, that like that's net zero, right? So if you have one person who only has one other candidate to match with, you might as well like just always use them, right? And so maybe actually you can just kind of run the greedy from outside in, and you do something where like you process the person who has like the farthest outwards like inside bound, and you just process them and you just match them with like whoever is like the most restrictive at the time on the other side.
This is like very roughly like the core idea. When we were talking about this problem, we were it was very noteworthy that like it is very easy to say something that sounds right but is very subtly wrong. And so it's very kind of detail oriented. Like you have to be you have to be very precise here. Like if you're very subtly off in your formulation and you kind of don't cleanly handle like picking the most restrictive person from like the side, then you just don't have a maximum matching then.
Right. So yeah, if I have like maybe this person has like the most restrictive, like the most outermost like inner bound, and they can match to the other side, it's kind of always best to like, because this is like the tightest inner bound, right? We kind of like only care about everyone else's inner bounds, and so we don't really have to worry about like. One way of thinking about it is that if we take the tightest inner bound, right, then like there's no reason to ever use someone who's outside of that. Outside of that range, right? So like if everyone can do like, say S equals 10, right? If everyone can do one in like 2 to 8, right? Can do something in 2 to 8, right? There's no reason to ever do like a 1 to 9, because you might as well just convert this 1 to 9 into a 2 to 8. And like that is kind of like just as good because we know that they. So really, what we can do is we can take everyone who's has further outbounds and then like clamp them down, right? And then we just take the one person who like is exactly equal to that bound, say the person who's like now something to 2, and like now match that person kind of greedily.
Yeah.
Yep.
that's problem D. So definitely very, very detail oriented.
Yeah.
But ultimately not that hard, and you can solve it with just like a couple priority queues, basically.
Right, right. It's definitely the type of problem that like if you know that there exists a greedy solution, it's like much easier to solve.
Yeah.
But looking at the scoreboard and seeing so many teams solve it is a bit of a sign that like there could be a greedy solution.
Yeah, let's pull up the scoreboard. There are some updates here. So I see Seoul National has jumped up to 4th. Can we pull up Keist and Seoul National in the same split screen? So for those who don't know, Keist and Seoul National are 2 of the top schools in South Korea, and they're pretty perennial strong contenders here.
Right.
I know that the Korean competitive program community is watching World Finals. It's only like 4 hours difference, so it's like 4 p.m. for them, and they're definitely cheering for Keist and for Seoul National. They've solved different problems. So Keist has solved A, but Seoul National has solved D, and we know that Keist is working on L.
Right.
But yeah. So it's a very close competition for the Asia Pacific champions. So I think a lot of people on paper probably had Seoul National rated slightly higher because Seoul National, I think, were the Asia Pacific champions. But Keist is still in the lead here. So again, Seoul will have to might have to solve one more problem, in order to pass them. So definitely very competitive race here in Asia Pacific. Yeah, shout out to the Korean competitive program community who's watching.
Yeah. Yeah. One interesting thing is that Seoul actually does not have any. They're not working on any problem right now. They're not typing on their computer. So they definitely. I wonder what problems they're working on paper. Maybe they're looking at A. Maybe they're looking at kind of all the other problems. We'll see. Also, I noticed that actually MIPT actually has a submission on L already.
Yeah, so
do you know anything about
MIT did submit the problem L.
MIPT,
right? MIPT, sorry. There were many institutes of technology here, but they are obviously very different. But yeah, I mean, I see something that looks it looks reasonable at first glance. There's a DFS in this grid. It looks like they're passing like a few test cases, but
so
they're
it's
definitely
probably
failing
some
quite a bit.
significant.
There's a very cool or nasty edge case, but yeah, we'll see if they can fix it.
And it looks like they're writing A while they while they try and debug. Okay, so real quick, we have a solution video to explain problem F coming right up. And so we'll show that to you guys, and you guys can learn how to solve problem F.
Hello, this is Igor Kulikov, and this is presentation of the problem F. Here you have two n points in the plane, and half of them should be colored green and other half should be colored blue. We want to maximize the minimum distance over all pairs of points of different colors. What would be this distance? So this problem actually contains of pretty easy parts that you just need to combine together. First, we would do a binary search on D. So suppose we selected some D and want to know if it is possible to select n points to color in each color in such a way that distance between any pair of different colored points is more than D. That means that any pair of points with the distance less than D should be of the same color. So we find all such pairs. We find sizes of components of connectivity in this graph, and then we do a knapsack which also runs in n² time. This way the total complexity would be O of n² log n, which is more than enough for n up to 500. Thank you very much.
welcome back to the 48th ICPC World Finals in Astana, Kazakhstan. It's been a few minutes. We just saw a solution to problem F, which is currently the second most solved in the contest. There are 90 teams that have solved problem F. We're going to quickly catch up on the scoreboard. There have been some interesting developments. So Peking University, we saw them working on problem J, and they are first to solve it in one attempt. Swarthmore has an attempt on problem A. It looks like it got time limit, but it does look like it looks like time limit with some wrong answer. So it's not just wrong, it's also a little bit slow. And then Keist in third place. They have just attempted problem L, but they have wrong answer. Seoul National in fourth. MIPT in fifth. They have an attempt on L, which actually fails the samples, but they somehow didn't test the samples. Tsinghua is in sixth with a submission on problem A. And then UBC, University of British Columbia, rounding out the teams with 5 solves. They just got to 5 solves solving problem D. So as we've sort of mentioned, there's this kind of easy core of problems. So B, C, D, F, and I. Teams are quickly catching up to solving all 5 of these problems. And then we have Keist that solves problem A. So teams will be working on that. And then Peking out solving problem J. It is my expectation that teams will be more willing to try problem A. We did talk about it briefly with Andrew, and there is sort of a very clean, greedy idea to the problem. The implementation is not that scary, but there is a little bit of geometry flavor, so teams might be scared away. And then there's problem L, which is this interactive problem on a grid. And maybe when Andrew comes back, we'll talk a little bit more about that. We're panning over some of the teams here. You can see, like, I think we had Cornell in the red that we were just panning over. And then I think over here we have École Polytechnique. I believe they are from the Southwest European Regional. The team numbers are alphabetic. So if we keep going, 21 we see that's Edward Laurel University. Edward Laurent. They're still at 4 problems solved, so they haven't solved problem D, but they are currently the Europe champions with 4 problems. And if I'm looking just at the divisions, so we've already described Peking for Asia East at 6, Swarthmore for North America at 5, Keist for Asia Pacific also at 5, MIPT for Northern Eurasia at 5, Edros Laurent for Europe at 4. For Latin America, we have Universidad de Buenos Aires, FCEN. And then for Asia West, we have Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology in rank 38. And then at rank 64 for the Africa and Arab division, we have the Applied Science Private University. Who are the commenters? I don't think I actually introduced myself at the beginning. My name is Nick. My Codeforces handle is Xiaowu Kone. I have been a staff member here for 3 years, usually on analytics. I'm here replacing Second Fred, who would normally be doing commentary. But yeah, I'm here sort of doing both roles, doing analytics, doing live. So I have a sort of a little bit more knowledge than the commentators would normally do, since I do have the ability to see like contestant submissions and so on. So I'm here to kind of provide a little bit more of that insight directly, as opposed to having to sort of route from the analysts to the commentators. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to show a solution to problem C. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone, this is Alexander and this is the editorial for the problem C, citizenship. In this problem, you plan to apply for citizenship of a particular country, and this country requires you to, for the last Y 365-day periods, to be in this country for at least D days for each of these periods. Within last few years, you have taken N vacations, and you want to compute the earliest date from which you are eligible to apply for citizenship. This problem can be solved with dynamic programming and prefix sums. First of all, we can define dynamic programming depending on the day D as the maximum number of consecutive valid years that end in this particular day. So for each day D, we can check whether the 365 days preceding it form a valid year, and if it is not a valid year, then the value of dp in this day should be 0, and if it is a valid year, then this should be the value of the dp in the day d minus 365 plus 1. Then we can use prefix sums to check for each consecutive segment of 365 days whether they form a valid year, and overall this allows us to solve the problem in at most 365 times y plus n steps.
Hey everyone, we're back, and after a quick little break, and yeah, the contest has still been going, and looks like actually Peking solved their sixth problem. But here, really quickly, I I'm here with Deng Minyu, who is an engineer at Huawei. Do you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Yes, I'm Deng Minyu from Huawei. I'm an algorithm engineer now. So I graduated in 2022 and joined Huawei for about 2 years. And I have competed in World Finals in Luxor. Right?
Yeah.
That's all.
What made you want to join Huawei after graduating?
It's about when I was intern in Huawei, I just do some work, something like the live streaming scheduling. It's about network flow scheduling, something like that. And actually that affects hundreds of thousands of people in China. And at that time, I think the things I do can really help many people. I can help with their lives. And if I make a mistake, a lot of people will suffer from that.
Right.
And actually, that is the point why I joined Huawei. I think I can really do something that can change something.
Right.
Change it.
Yeah. What kinds of problems and what kinds of projects do you work on nowadays at Huawei? Do you still work a lot on like networking things?
No, that is about 1 year ago, and now I just work with some work like large language model training. I just optimize, try to make the booster run faster, something like that.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of optimization to be done there.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think your experience with ICPC and whatnot have helped with that?
Sure. The most important thing that I think from ICPC is about how fast you can learn one thing and how to focus on one thing. I think that's much more important than the algorithm I learned from ICPC.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So you competed at Dhaka, right?
No.
Or no, you competed at Luxor. Sorry.
World.
Right. At Luxor. Which contest was that? Was that 46?
46.
Right. Did you have a favorite problem from that contest?
I just can't remember.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, I can't remember problems that I solved like a week ago. So.
Much problems.
Yeah. Too many problems. Have you been looking at the scoreboard of this contest?
Yes, I always keep an eye on it.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? Is there anyone you're rooting for?
I'm just look for. I work for Peking University.
Yeah.
They did a good job this time.
Yeah. They're still pretty solidly in the lead. Do you think? Do you have any insight to share about their team this year? Do you know anything about who's on the team and like how much they've been practicing or anything? Have you met the team members?
Yes, but I don't have much to talk about that because I don't know them much.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. What about let's do you know anything about like maybe the Tsinghua team or anything? Do you know how they compare?
Yes, I think both of them are very strong this year.
Yeah.
And I just think the real contest has just started. This is the time when all the teams have finished all the easy problems.
Right.
And so the real contest is start and just look for we can just wait for the hard problems and see if we can solve them.
Yeah. We really have kind of barely touched any of the hard problems, so we haven't really seen any progress or any teams getting stuck yet. Yeah. Jumping back to like your work at Huawei, like are there any like Can you tell me about some of the like coolest things that you've like fixed or coolest improvements you've made, or anything like that? I don't know if there's anything you're that you could make public.
I just have to think. The things that is not, I mean, secret. It's not something secret, but I think it's not some not some big problems. I just finished from one small problem to another, and finally becomes a big system. And
right. Yeah, there's a lot of like kind of like there's so many different pieces in like training one of these LLMs or doing any of these projects that like you optimize. You really just like search and optimize one piece at a time.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there? Have you been to many other ICPC events since graduating?
Yes, I've joined many. I've come to many regional contests in China, and but as a sponsor.
Right. Have you set any problems for any of them?
No.
Not yet.
Right.
No. Yeah. Okay. But how does it feel to like stay involved and like kind of see the contestants at these various contests?
I feel good. I love this place.
Yeah. It's always fun to come back and visit. Is there? Have you looked at the problem set?
Yes. I'm just trying. I'm just reading before I come inform you. I've just finished reading the easy problems, and I haven't read the hard problems yet.
Yeah. Do you have any problems that you particularly liked? We've only talked about a couple of the problems, so I don't know if you have any like insights to share about any of the others.
I think that's not too difficult for those problems that have been solved. Just need to take care of the boundary.
Right.
Or the corner case.
Right. Yeah, we were looking at a lot at like MIT submissions, and MIT has had.
I see that.
Yeah, MIT has had. I don't know how many problems they've solved now. Hopefully more.
3.
3 now. Okay.
3 for now.
3 for now. That's getting somewhere. It's not quite what we had hoped, or certainly not what they had hoped for. But there's definitely a lot of edge cases in a lot of these problems. Is there any favorite type of problem you had, kind of as a contestant?
Not very, but with one kind that I don't want to see it. It's about the geometry.
You weren't the geometry person.
I'm the geometry writer in my team.
You were.
I don't want to see it.
It's best if it just doesn't show up on the contest.
I think geometry problems takes a lot of time to. Usually, it takes a lot of time, and it's easy to make mistakes when typing.
Right. Yeah. There's the geometry problem. The biggest geometry problem I see is problem A on this contest. Have you read it?
Which one?
Problem A. It's a little bit geometry. It's not quite geometry.
I haven't finished that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's about like. It's not quite geometry. It's like about areas under piecewise linear functions. So the integral of a piecewise linear function, which is kind of geometry-ish, and you need to find like a vertical line where like the area is exactly 1/n of the total area, and that I saw that like Keist was getting a lot of like precision issues on that, which I'm sure is something that you hated to encounter. Yeah. Do you have any advice on how to deal with precision? Do you have a favorite way of dealing with precision issues? Careful epsilons, or just throw in long doubles or anything like that? Yeah. Okay. That's it's pretty exciting. Is there anything else that you hope to share with any of the contestants or any of the spectators here?
I just want to say, stay passionate about this area.
Uh-huh.
I think it is good, and actually we only have 5 almost 5 years that we can join these events as a contestants, and
Right.
after that I just feel that I want to go back to this area. I like it, but I'm too old now.
Yeah.
I just joined this event as another role.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you for coming on stream.
Thank you.
It was good talking to you. I think we're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we'll analyze the scoreboard and look at some more team submissions.
welcome back to the World Finals stream. It's been a few minutes here for me. I was just out grabbing some lunch, but now I'm back to take a look and see what's going on here. Looks like NUS just solved problem A, and they are now in 3rd place. We have 5 teams actually with 6 problems solved. We have Peking, Swarthmore, NUS, Tsinghua, and the University of Tokyo. I see on screen we are showing UC Berkeley. UC Berkeley has 4 problems solved. Berkeley is actually from my home regional, Pacific Northwest. For those who don't know, I'm actually the chief judge in Pacific Northwest. So I actually helped run the regional contest that Berkeley team competed in. I believe that they won that regional. I don't think they won. It might have been UVC. But I think they got 2nd place actually in that regional, if I remember correctly. I think we're just going through and showing some of the medaling teams. Speaking of teams that currently are not in medal position, we have MIT. Unfortunately, MIT has been having a pretty rough contest this time around. We can see that they just got a printout. So it looks like they found their bug on C. They discovered that leap years are not actually a thing. And, 2024 definitely not really a leap year. But they still have 3 incorrect submissions on problem I and 2 incorrect submissions on problem A. And they haven't submitted D yet, although I believe that they were supposed to actually be working on it. I don't know that anyone was expecting MIT to be in the bottom half of the scoreboard 2 hours into the contest. So definitely a very rough start. It'll be an amazing story if they come back. If they solve A and F right now, I think that would probably put them in last place among the teams with 5, which will put them in 23rd place. But they're definitely going to need to catch up and solve even more problems. Fortunately, I think that problem I is definitely like within their capabilities, and the same for problem A. But then they're also going to have to solve like problem D, problem J. It's definitely going to be a big journey for them to get into medal contention.
Could that be a dream MIT comeback story?
That would be crazy. Like to be from down here to getting to winning the World Finals would be a pretty crazy comeback story. I would not count them out. Like I think that there is a shot that they can figure it out, but as the contest goes on, it does look like less and less likely. Like it's the 2-hour mark. Like there's still plenty of contest time, believe it or not. Like they are off to a slow start, but they are very strong. They won the North America Championship. They've been doing really well in Universal Cup. I can talk about Universal Cup later, but they are a very strong team on paper. So just because they're down in rank 80, they're 81st right now. Like don't count them out just yet.
One thing that makes me hopeful is we know they at least read the problems. So like they have some chance of solving them all, which will place them in a good enough spot for now. And the only problem they will have is the timing.
Yeah. So for those who were watching the North America Championship, and if they look at the scoreboard closely, you'll see that MIT's submissions at the North America Championship also kind of didn't exactly make sense. Like there were easy problems that they just did not solve at a reasonable time, and we all were speculating that they were trying to get as many first to solves as possible. Obviously, if you're just trying to get prize money, then that makes sense. MIT just solved problem J. So, so they went from they still have incorrect submissions on A and I, but round of applause to them. But yeah, I mean, they still have some room to improve. So we'll see what happens to them. But yeah, they really need to fix their bugs on A and I, and then they eventually will need to get the problem D. But they're no longer below median. I'm sure that teams cheering for MIT are glad that they've actually gone and solved something. Oh, they've resubmitted problem A, and it's also correct.
Could that be a comeback? They're starting
oh
to
my God! It is
claw
a
the way
comeback.
back.
It is a comeback. And Andrew's not here for it, so that must be why. So for those who don't know, Andrew, we don't talk about this a lot.
Can you see that, like, the look of their faces when
Yeah.
they cheering those statements up? They're like so happy. I think this moment could be the reason why they like do a big comeback, because this feeling of empowerment when you're like doing really bad for the first half of a contest, and then you finally give a break.
Yeah.
And I think if we can count on some teams doing super great when they have good morale, I think MIT might be one of the teams I would count on. I think they usually are pretty good at solving tasks. I think they're usually not so great at just having good morale and following through with their plan. I see them solving D at the moment.
That's good. D is definitely a problem that they should solve. I'm catching up with our analysts who have been hard at work behind the scenes. They told us that Keist on problem L, they fixed the tricky edge case. There is one tricky edge case in problem L, and they fixed that. But now they're having some out-of-memory errors, which is kind of interesting. Memory limit exceeded is not an issue that I would have expected for problem L. And then there is a team that has actually submitted on problem G. So the Chinese University of Hong Kong, currently in rank 31, they are the only team to have made a submission to problem G. Their submission is incorrect, unfortunately, and there are a lot of test cases. They're passing a decent number of them, but the analysts tell us that they are very far from a full solution.
We can look up into the screen and see what they're doing currently.
So now looking at the scoreboard, we have 6 teams with 6 problems solved. I believe Tokyo Tech and the University of Tokyo both solved D fairly recently. Tokyo Tech solved A and D in the last 20 minutes. So we have 6 teams at 6, and then Keist, and then Seoul National, Beijing Jiaotong, MIPT, the University of New South Wales, Sydney, and then UBC are rounding out the medal contenders right now. So it looks like teams have identified that A is the next problem that they should tackle. And J has been getting a bit of attention, so MIT and Peking have solved it. But this problem's pretty tough, so we'll see how other teams do. The third team that solved J is actually the University of Science and Technology at China. I would expect Chinese teams to do a lot better on problem J. These Chinese competitors definitely have a lot of experience with dynamic programming on a segment tree. So we'll see how teams from other countries shape up. This technique is sort of well known in China, as a lot of techniques tend to be, but others not so much.
Problem I. Here we are given a tree with weighted edges. We can color any F nodes, and we define D of V is the minimum distance from V to any colored node. We need to compute the minimum possible value V such that it is possible to color the nodes in such a way that all nodes is no farther than V from one of the colored nodes. So once again we do first a binary search on V, and now we need to understand how many nodes we need to color in order for each node to have a distance no longer than V. If this number of vertices would be less or equal to F, then we obviously can do the coloring, otherwise we can't, and update our binary search further. We will do dynamic programming on a tree. First of all, we would calculate how many nodes we already colored, and also from each subtree, we will also return that we have fully covered and also return the closest colored node at which distance it is. Or otherwise, we have some uncolored nodes. Then we will return the farthest colored node at its distance d. This way, if we call it for all our children, we can look. If there is no colored subtrees, obviously we wouldn't have fully colored subtree now, so we just find the first one. This can be this exact node. And if we have an edge to the parent, if this distance d plus the distance to the parent is more than v, we have to color this particular vertex. If we have a colored vertex, we select the closest of them and see if this vertex would cover all the uncolored subtrees. If it won't, then once again we are in a situation where we have uncovered nodes that we may once again cover if the distance is plus edge to the parent is longer than we once again will color our current node. Otherwise, we will return that our subtree have uncolored nodes. We would also have to note that after we return from this dynamics, we can return from the root node that we have some uncovered nodes. That way we would need to add one more node by coloring the root. That's all. Thank you.
Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana. We've had some movement on the scoreboard yet again. So the big update here is Keist has solved problem L. So Keist is actually in a pretty cool spot. They are in 4th place right now. They're not the Asia Pacific champions right now because NUS is beating them by 7 penalty minutes. However, Keist does have 3 first to solve. They're first to solve problems A, C, and L. So they're definitely having a very strong performance here, and we'll see if they can solve problem D and be the first to 7, or if they maybe go for problem J, or maybe even try to solve a different problem altogether. Peking tried problem A, has incorrect submission there, and Tsinghua, I believe, is it Tsinghua that was most recent to come up to 6 problems solved? It's a little bit hard to read the scoreboard. Oh no, it's actually Keist. Keist had to be the 7th team to come up to 6. So as you can see, Keist is definitely taking advantage of quickly solving several easy problems, and it looks like they're actually back to implementing, so maybe they figured out how to solve problem D. We actually know that problem D is fairly short to implement if done correctly, so maybe Keist will be the first team to 7 problems solved. And so earlier we were talking about the 90-minute heuristic and trying to predict the medal thresholds, and so if 7 problem solved really is good enough for a bronze, then maybe they'll just have a medal locked in at the 2.5, 3 hour mark. But yeah, we have teams that are slowly climbing up to like 5 and 6 solves. The median team right now has sort of a medium fast, like 3 problems solved, usually problems B, C, and F. We almost have every team having solved a problem. We have 138 teams that have solved problems, so only 3 left to go. The judges often like to talk about like what a perfect problem set is. And I think one goal that pretty much all setters want to have in mind is making sure that the problem set is easy enough on the easy end, that every team is able to have at least 1 problem solved. And then there are 2 other goals. One is, every problem gets solved at least once, and then another one is that no team solves the entire problem set. So we're almost halfway through. There were 6 problems solved, and then there are 6 more to go. So maybe a team can solve everything. If you want to see any reactions from teams on seeing their submissions, you can go to news.icpc.global/reactions. And so you can see in real time, or you can see like the historical reactions for each of these teams. Oh, news.icpc.global/reaction, singular. Okay. We're currently in kind of an interesting spot here, like in this booth. I'm able to see that there are some of the judges are walking out here to grabbing some lunch. So it seems like the submission rate has definitely slowed down a little bit, so they have some time to eat. Andrew is out taking a break, getting some lunch, so he will be back shortly for those of you who are wondering where he is. But yeah, it is lunchtime out here in Kazakhstan at 1:18 p.m. We have this question: why are algorithms written in C++ when there is Python? So algorithms don't actually need to be written in C++. Like, I wonder if I can actually dig up statistics on how common the language on what languages are being used here. I vaguely remember how to do this once upon a time, but on demand it's definitely definitely a little bit of a struggle. I currently do not see any Python submissions, or Java, or Kotlin. So actually every team here is competing in C++. Is that the conclusion to draw? That's actually really interesting. Before I continue any further with this, I want to point out that MIT has solved problem D. And so just a few minutes ago, they were ranked 80, and now they are ranked 8th. So do not count out MIT, a very strong team. If they fix their bug on problem I, they will be the first team to 7 problems. And so sure, they have a lot of penalties, but they are definitely in medal contention right now, even though maybe just a short, like 15 minutes ago, they were very far from medal contention. So MIT is a team you want to watch out for. But yep, their penalty difference is huge. So you can see Peking University has 297 penalty minutes, and MIT has 774. It's a gigantic difference. So if MIT wants to win, they're going to have to win on problems. But if there was a team that could do it, MIT would definitely be one of them. So yeah, if you want to cheer for MIT, type M in the chat. And we'll see how they do.
The cup is like how many up remain?
So MIPT, meanwhile, has just submitted problem A, and they just got it accepted. So now they jump into 6th place. So it's definitely a very close race here at the top for 6. And so teams are really going to have to find that 7th problem to work on. So Keist has sort of opened the door for problem L. And L is a somewhat easy to understand problem with some edge cases. I would expect most teams to go for L and not to go for J. But teams have interesting ideas for what problems to tackle. So we'll see where these teams end up going. We have the University of Waterloo here. Waterloo is also a perennial favorite for North America. They have 5 problems solved. So they're still reasonably close. If they solve 6, then they will also be like within medal contention. It's all sort of a very close race. So I think a lot of teams here have decent chances to medal. Here we have the Chinese University at Hong Kong. We'll see if they continued working on problem G. Problem G, kindergarten, is definitely the hardest problem in the problem set. Andrew's not here to hear me say that, so no one tell him when he comes back. But it'll be very impressive if some team solves problem G. So one thing that I don't think we've mentioned is if you look on the contest floor, on the team area, you will see all of these balloons. So if we could get a view of just like the whole team area and just seeing, we can see here there are a lot of balloons. So you might be asking, why on earth are there balloons here? So each problem has a balloon color associated with it. And when the team solves a problem, they get that balloon. And so this is an easy way for spectators to see like how well their team is doing. Just count the number of balloons attached to the team. And then teams can also use this information if they're having trouble following the scoreboard. They just look around and they look for common balloon colors, and if they don't have that balloon color, they can just go look at that problem. So yeah, balloons, very nice to have. Okay, so the analysts have gotten back to us on problem D for KAIST. So KAIST just submitted problem D. The code has the correct main idea, but they do have some bugs. And so they construct valid solutions, but unfortunately their solutions are suboptimal. So we'll see if they're able to fix up those bugs and get to 7 problems solved. Looks like some shuffling happening here on the KAIST side. Are they going to keep working on it? I see some priority queues, so they're definitely on the right track. But it does look like they're all kind of focused on it, so maybe they don't have an 8th problem queued up. So maybe they don't actually have the familiarity with the subject matter for problem J. And if that's the case, then the problems that they have available to them are going to be a little bit more limited. I think we on the analyst side expect that if teams can't solve problem J, then the next problem that they would have to go for is problem H. But all 3 of the KAIST members are very focused on the screen right now. So optimistic that they can get to 7. Here we have the University of British Columbia, also from my home region, Pacific Northwest. They're at 5 problems solved. They are right outside of the medals right now, just because of all the teams that are getting to 6. It looks like they're working on problem A. So just a matter of time, I think, until they get that problem. So we'll see if 7 is enough to get, or if having 7 is sufficient to get a medal or not. The submission rate is definitely slowing down after 6, and it'll be interesting to see how the top teams tackle the problem set in the back half of the contest. We have Tsinghua on screen now. They have submissions to L and K. The submission to K is pretty interesting. We think K is the 2nd hardest problem in the problem set. So I'm actually going to take a peek and see how many test cases they're passing. They are failing a lot of test cases. So
Hi, I'm Nick, and I'm here to present the solution to problem A, billboards. In this problem, we are given a large communal billboard, and N sponsors want to reserve space on the billboard. Each sponsor values different areas of the billboard differently, and each sponsor wants to make sure that they get their fair share of space on the billboard. So they want to make sure that they get at least 1/nth of the total value of the board based on their own personal valuation. In this problem, our goal was to figure out if there was a way to assign space to all of the sponsors such that each sponsor is happy with the space that they're allocated, or to report that it's not actually possible. So we can start with just trying to assign some space to one of the sponsors starting from the left, and then trying to figure out how far to the right we extend the space for the first sponsor. And so in this situation, we would compute for each sponsor the leftmost endpoint, such that if we gave the sponsor the space starting from the very left to that endpoint, they would get exactly 1/nth of their total value. If we do this, clearly there has to be some sponsor who consumes the least amount of space in doing this. If we then assign the space accordingly to that sponsor, we are now solving a subproblem of n-1 sponsors, and each of these sponsors will still want 1/nth of the total value of the space. However, each of these sponsors still has at least n-1 over n total value available to them, and this construction actually gives us inductively a way to construct the assignment of space for all of the sponsors. So we can iterate this greedily for each of the sponsors until we've assigned space to all of them. In this problem, n is at most 5,000, so implementing this directly will result in an n-squared algorithm, which will be fast enough for this problem.
welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana. So I'm Nick, Shawakun on Code Forces, and we have another guest with here, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Bonio de Ruisselet, and on the competing platform usually I go by the nickname of DBDR, so maybe some of you will know me under that pseudonym.
Yeah, very cool. So can you tell us why you're here? Like, how did you end up at the World Finals in Astana?
Sure. So I've been so I studied computer science. I have a PhD in computer science. I studied in France in École Normale Supérieure de Lyon. And over the years, I actually didn't do that much competition when I was a student, but later I discovered this world and I started to do some competitions, first on the coding game platform, and there are some board programming contests and then optimization. And through that, I heard about this ICPC online challenge, which is an event sponsored by YFA, which is a different form than this one, because it's an optimization contest that lasts about 2 weeks. And so it's online, you do it at home, and you have a single problem that you need to work on. You get a score for each version of your program, and you can try to get as high as possible. And so I did this 3 times, and last year, I think it was November, I ended up, I had a decent score, and in the last day, I had a good idea. I implemented that in a few hours, and I got close to the top, and then eventually I won that contest. So, and part of the prize for the first prize was to be invited by YVA, the sponsor of this contest, who also created the contest, to be present here at the World Finals.
So congratulations! It's very impressive to be the winner of the ICPC Online Challenge. All the top competitors are also competing in it, and so there's a lot of competition to go and actually be among the top competitors.
Thank you very much.
What specific skill set do you think was most useful to you in terms of being able to do so well?
I mean, definitely you need to be familiar with optimization challenges because it's very different. So it's not about finding the perfect solution for a problem, but it's about improving your score, which means trying different approaches. Often, even in a single problem, you will have different test sets, and it might be that one algorithm that works very well for some of them doesn't work that well for others. So it's actually useful to try a lot of different things and then see what works, and either you converge on a single algorithm, or sometimes you have a family of algorithms, and at runtime your program will, depending on the shape of the data, decide that, okay, for this kind of data, I will use this version and to get the best score. You could even run both and then pick at runtime which one got the best score. So definitely a lot of practice, learning about optimization, simulated annealing, this kind of randomized algorithms for optimization. Of course, heuristics are also useful. So a lot of trying, working to extract data from the data that you get as input to learn something about the nature of the problem. And I think also what's very important, if I can just add this, is sometimes you should really take a break. You have, for instance, 10 days or 2 weeks, you have time to rest, to maybe go for a walk and think about having a new idea. So you shouldn't just rush, which is because you have time, but that's a way to maybe think outside the box. And like, for instance, in this one that I won, actually, most of my contribution came from the last 24 hours, which was unexpected, but it was a very good feeling when it worked.
Well, what do you enjoy the most in these optimization challenges? Like they're very long duration, and you're clearly spending a lot of time. So what do you enjoy most when you're doing them?
I do enjoy the challenge and the idea that there's this kind of thrill, even though it lasts a long time, that you never know. Every time you have an idea and you implement it, of course you might have an idea, it might be minor and it's maybe worth it, but maybe sometime you have a really breakthrough, which I did have in this one of the contests, and that's really an amazing feeling when you test it, you wait for the result, and wow, I didn't even expect that it would do that well. So, but it's not just about winning. So actually, just the process of searching for a solution, for a new idea, that's very exciting. And personally, I kind of like this format where it's not just a few hours because I feel there is less stress. So you can take a break, even if you maybe started a bit slower than other people, you might catch up. So I enjoyed that part as well.
How much time did you spend? You said it was a 2-week contest, right?
That's right.
How many hours do you think you spent like on the challenge?
So I don't know exactly. I didn't measure it, but definitely I mean, personally, I spent probably a lot of hours. I'm lucky that I am independent, so it means that I could decide to focus on this challenge. So basically, for these 2 weeks, it was really my main task or the main thing I would do during the day. Of course, I had some obligations that I had to do, but I tried to make as much room as possible. And of course, sometimes you can be very efficient. I think there are also some people who have done it for longer than me, and they might be quicker to converge to the good solution. So for me, I did have to spend a lot of time. So, you can imagine it's like a full-time job basically for these 2 weeks or something like that, and weekends included.
Yeah. So you've been in Astana for, I assume, like the whole World Finals. So what has been your favorite part of this whole trip so far?
Definitely the community here, meeting a lot of people from all over the world. Today, for instance, I volunteered because I didn't come here to compete, so actually volunteered today to help bring to the teams the printouts that they ask for, or the balloons when they solve a problem, and it's really fun to be. It's kind of exciting, and there's a nice community of volunteers. So actually, if people are interested in that, they should maybe reach out to ICPC, maybe their local organization, because it's really fun to be part of this.
Yeah, so in terms of, like getting people to attend like the World Finals, like one path is clearly you can win the online challenge. So what kind of tips would you have for, our viewers who are watching who want to get better at like these optimization style challenges?
So definitely practice. So these online challenges are on Codeforces, and I think you can still run them afterwards. I will need to check. Definitely you could try it at home, but I'm not sure if the data is available. So you might be able to submit later, I'm not sure. I know that on codinggame.com there is a set of problems that are available and that you can try anytime. And then if you can find a community of people who are doing these things, then it's definitely useful. Of course, during a competition, you are not allowed to discuss it, but you do discuss it afterwards. You should read the explanations that people made afterwards when they had sometime even at least the ideas, learn about the name of simulated annealing and Monte Carlo, beam search, these kind of algorithms. And yeah, practice, and you should definitely do it if you enjoy it. I don't think it will be really painful if you are not enjoying. I think it's important, depending for this kind of problems. It's definitely important to use a language that's fast, because the runtime is going to be important. So I would advise everyone, if they haven't already, to learn a language that has very good runtime performance. I think most people use C++. Personally, I use the Rust language, and I think it's very good. So I recommend that if you're interested, and happy to reach out to me as well.
Cool. We're going to take a quick break to play a solution video to problem D, and then we'll be right back.
Hello. I'm here to explain a solution to doubles horseback wrestling from the 2024 ICPC World Finals in Kazakhstan. So in this problem, you have n people, each has a skill level in some range, and 2 people can be on the same team if the sum of their skills is equal to some fixed value s. Each person can be part of at most 1 team. We want to find the maximum number of people that can be paired together into teams and output one such pairing. So let's look at a specific example. So in this example, we have 3 people, A, B, and C, and their skills are in these intervals. One way to make this problem simpler is to consider the point s over 2 and fold the number line in half at that point. Once you do this, you get the below picture, where you can see person A is unchanged, but person C is now on the top line of this interval. And this helps us easily see that person A and person C can be paired together because they have a point in common between their intervals and they're on different lines. Person B crosses the point S over 2, so this actually becomes two separate intervals that have no endpoint. Now the problem is much simpler. We can sweep from left to right, and anytime an interval closes, we take the interval on the other line that ends earliest and pair it with the interval that just closed. The overall time complexity for this algorithm is n log n. We have to construct all of these intervals, figure out which line they're on, sort all of the events, and then keep some sort of data structure, which helps us determine what the earliest ending interval on the other line is. This can be a set or a priority queue. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back. So right before the solution video, I was here chatting with our ICPC Online Challenge winner. So we're gonna continue chatting for a little bit. So we're here at the World Finals, and this is a competition for all the top university students. Are there any universities here that you either know of, affiliated with, or are cheering for?
Yeah, so the places I went to, they are not here exactly. So mostly where I learned theoretical computer science was the École Normale Supérieure de Lyon. And there is a kind of sister school in Paris, so École Normale Supérieure de Paris. So I did meet with them, and I'm of course cheering with them. I also met with several teams from Ukraine, and I was very happy to meet them. I know they are in a difficult situation at the moment, so I'm also very much cheering for them.
Cool. And so, have you yourself actually ever competed in one of these like ICPC style contests?
No, so not in this format of a few hours and solving exact problems. I haven't.
Do you think that you would enjoy this sort of format if you had the opportunity to compete in one of them?
I think it would be very hard. So it's a kind of different skill, and of course everybody I guess could practice, but I would be probably very stressed with the time limit. So I very much admire all the teams who are doing it, those who qualified, everyone who tries, because I think it's a very hard. It's one thing to be good at something and solve your problems, but when you know you are competing and there is a hard deadline, it's extremely hard.
So you prefer more of the longer, a couple days, a couple weeks, that sort of contest instead of 5 hours all in one sitting?
That's right. I think for me, it's a bit like, sometimes I think about it, there are some people who, if you think about sports, some people who like sprinting and some people who like a marathon. I think so this is more like a sprint, and I guess I'm more comfortable with the marathon. I like the fact that if you make a mistake, you can always come back. So you don't need to, you can try a different approach, and definitely you have to do that, I think, or at least it's likely you might have a hunch or an idea that probably this approach will work, but sometimes you don't even have the data available locally, so you need to try several things and see what works. And so I definitely enjoy that aspect of having enough time to make a mistake and come back from it. And it's also nice that it's still limited in time. So even if it's 2 weeks, you know that after the 2 weeks, usually I would end up very tired. And whatever result I achieve, I'm happy to feel that I tried my best. And then there's a time to rest, to recover, to maybe discuss with the other competitors to find out what they did.
Yeah, very much so. It's a very different style, and so just having that. The problem formats are also very different. These are like I'm not sure how familiar you are with them, but a lot of these problems there is no like optimization. It's usually like you print the optimal, or you're doing something like that. So a lot of the algorithms that you've sort of mentioned as being fundamental to like optimization problems tend to not be as applicable.
Right.
Do you think do you do other optimization style contests like the Top Coder marathons or like @coder heuristic?
I haven't done those yet. I've tried the one that's organized by Algo Tester, who are also here. They are one of these. I mean, I think the coach of the team from Ukraine, I think it's Lviv, who is part of this team. And so I have done also some of those, which I think were a few days. And they are also actually also sponsored by Huawei. So Huawei, I think, is doing a lot to support this world of competitive programming in various forms.
Cool. We're just coming up here on the 3-hour mark of the contest. We're gonna have 2 hours left. I think we're gonna let you go back to your deputy work as a balloon deliverer and printout deliverer, I believe you said. Were there any last words that you want to say for all of our viewers?
Yes, I just encourage you to continue if you enjoy this world, and to try, maybe also try different formats, maybe try a different language to keep learning and having fun doing that.
Very cool. Well, thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and we'll be right back.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana, Kazakhstan. So we just had an interview with the online challenge winner from last year, And we have another guest on stream now. We have one of the coaches from KAIST. So if you could introduce yourself for us.
Hi, I'm Hyaka, and I was world finalist in 2016 and 17. I got a bronze medal, one bronze medal in, 17 and 18, sorry. I got a bronze medal in 17, and I'm now here for on-site coach on our KAIST team.
So yeah, so as we have been seeing here on the contest, KAIST has been having an amazing performance.
Yeah.
So right now, KAIST is in second place. They have 7 problems solved, and they have 3 first to solves. So I just wanted to hear from you, like, coming into the World Finals, like, what sort of expectations did you have for your team?
Oh, actually, my expectation was around silver medal. They have possibilities of getting gold or bronze or something, but I think the average expectation was silver for me. Cool. Honestly, yeah.
So I know that KAIST and Seoul National University have sort of a pretty, I don't know if it's like a rivalry per se, but I think those 2 universities are usually like the top 2 in South Korea. Coming in, like, did you know sort of how Seoul and KAIST were relative to each other? Like, did you think KAIST was definitely like better, or do you think they're very close?
I think they are very close. Yeah, like for some part of problems or some type of problems, KAIST are better, and some types of problems, Seoul National University is better. So I think it will depend on problem set, but I am happy to see that this time KAIST is doing better. Yeah.
I imagine that you've probably spent some time like helping to train to help train the KAIST team. What would you say is like is there like a secret that makes the KAIST team like really strong this year, or are they just like on average like all really good?
Oh, actually, I emphasized on communication of 3. So I think ICPC is basically team competition. It's not a sum of three people solving each and 3 each. It's like it's not IOI, yeah, but it's ICPC, and I think their coordination is very important. So I think I emphasize on them. Yeah. So maybe they are doing great. By seeing camera, I see that 3 of them are like talking each other.
If you could go like onto the contest floor right now, and you could give them like one piece of advice for the last 2 hours, like what would you tell them? Was there anything you would tell them? Just keep doing what you're doing, or should they change something?
I don't know. I think they are doing well, quite well, but I'm afraid that they are good as all KAIST team were good at first half, but they are not that good at second half. So I think they should maintain their pace of doing problems, solving problems very well.
Yeah. Do you know how do like individuals in South Korea actually practice? Like I think that in different countries, like especially like in China and like in Russia, like Code Forces is extremely popular. I think that South Koreans are not as commonly seen on Code Forces. Do they practice somewhere else? How does that work for them?
Actually, a lot of them are train on Ecuador because the time zone is kind of similar, and they actually I think they participate in Code Forces, but it is 11:30 to 1:30 a.m. for Korea. So some of them participate very well, but some of them just go sleep. So I think there are some archive of problems. Someone heard of them. Some will heard of them. Background online judge and their rating system solves the AC, and I think they are training using them very well. They are very. So they search for tag and they concentrate on weak areas by using tags or search methods. I think it is great tool in South Korea to improve their ability here.
Yeah, so we're seeing there's a question in the chat that keeps asking, like, how do I train myself for the World Finals? So would you say that like these people who are training for World Finals, they should be doing like ad-coder contests and they should be solving from the Big June Online Judge archive?
I think that is also important, but there should be more team practice. Yeah. Basically, you have to do minimum level of all parts of competitive programming, but you should have your own strong part. So each three should have their own strong part. Like they don't need to be separate, but it is good when they are different. So I think competing in team competition and practicing more is a very good way to improve yourself to get World Finals.
So what is there like a secret to like practicing communication in a team, or is it just something that you have to do like repeatedly every week when you're doing like a team contest?
You should take much time. You should take effort on it. I think the time is the most important matters as well.
This is a presentation of solution for problem J from ICPC World Finals Astana. In this problem, we are given a line where there are some robots and some shops. Robots want to collect money from shops. For each shop, we know how much money is there to collect. And we know that for moving for 1 unit on the line, robot need to pay 1 tenge. We need to make as much profit as we can. But instead of solving just a single instance of a problem, we need to solve many instances, evolving by adding new robots and new shops. There is a lot of dynamic programming-based approaches for that problem. We would concentrate on a single one, which is easy to use in the whole problem. There is no point of visiting the same point on the line with 2 robots. So each robot would cover some segment. The segments would not intersect, and each robot should be on the segment it covers. For each, as a robot can be in the middle of the segment, it would either need to first go to the left end of the segment, then to the right, or first to the right, then to the left. Depending on this, it would cover either left or right part of the segment twice. So for each segment, we can one of the 5 options can happen. Either the segment is not covered at all if no robot passed through it, or it's lying to the left of the robot it's passing, or to the right. In both of these cases, it can be paid once by robot or twice. In fact, we have a sequence of events happening on our line. Each event is either a road, or a shop, or an initial robot position. Each of these events allows us to make some transitions between our 5 states with some cost. For example, road is the simplest one, as it allows no state transitions, but just costs some money depending on the state we have. It doesn't matter whether it's left from the robot or right from the robot, but if it's covered once, then we pay a length of the road segment, or we paid it twice if this is covered twice. The robot initial position is also quite easy. If we have nothing, if we don't need to do anything by this robot, that would be just a transition from no state to no state. Also, if we have a segment from the left to the robot, not depending whether it was single or twice covered, we can just do nothing and don't go to the right. Or we can go to the right, but we need to be careful and not pay once on the both sides. So if we pay once to the left, we need to pay twice on the right. If we pay twice on the left, we need to pay 1 on the right. The shop is a bit more tricky. First of all, we can just go through it and don't change our state at all. In this case, except for the no state, we would give the money located in this shop. Also, if we was from the right to the robot, we can decide that this robot wouldn't go further, and that's what corresponds to transition from the no state to the no state. And if this shop was not covered by any robot to the left of it, we can promise that some robot we did not touch yet would cover it, and this corresponds to transition from no state to states covered by sitting in the left part of the robot segment. This dynamic programming can be done in linear time multiplied by 5 cubic time, just by having a dynamic programming of what's happened if we passed up to this point and have this state. And we need to make 5 quadratic positions in each item we have. And this solution is can be easily updated to hold the whole problem when we have updates. As this operation is well known to be associative, so we can use a segment tree to calculate it while updating some values. So to make a whole solution, we need to create an array of these transitions we have and just be able to change them one by one while robots or shops are appearing, and calculate the whole value of applying all operations we have. The only missing part is we need to have a neutral operation corresponding to robot that not yet exists. But this is trivial. This is just operation which doesn't allow us to change any state and costs nothing. That's all.
Welcome back. I'm Nick, Sherwood Cohen on Codeforces, and I still have next to me our on-site coach for KAIST. So before the break, we were just talking about how to train, and so I think I was asking, like you mentioned that a lot of Korean competitive programmers, they do AdCoder contests, they do archive solving using Big Truth Online Judge and Solve.ac. So I was asking, like, would you recommend this to like a more global audience, like to non-Korean competitive programmers?
Yeah, I would recommend so, because I think where Korean teams are started to do that competitive programming is the advent of Solve.ac. Actually, I personally think that, so they can find problems for their practice very well. So I would recommend that globally, really.
Yeah. Is that how you started when you were getting, like you said that you went to the World Finals. So how did you get started doing competitive programming?
Oh, I think that I started competitive programming at 10. It's like 17 years ago. And at that time, Topcoder was the best platform. So I practiced a lot in Topcoder. So Solve.ac is kind of recent platform for me. Yeah, and they are getting better. Yeah, I think the Topcoder. I don't blame Topcoder, but Topcoder is kind of old, and there are some code forces, and like Solve.ac, it's I think modern. Their difficulty system or tag system is quite modern and easy to understand.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing your handle actually on Topcoder way back in the day, because I also started on Topcoder around 17 years ago, like 2007. Like it feels like such a long time ago, and back when Topcoder was the premier platform, and I remember I would like set alarms to wake up for Codeforces, or not for Topcoder rounds.
Yeah, they held a very different time zone. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and now it's very different. Like Codeforces is now the sort of the premier platform.
What is the approach?
Now we have like, so Big Truth Online Judge is sort of this trying to archive like every known problem, I think, in any contest anywhere.
Yeah.
It's all the like almost any problem that you can find that is associated with like an on-site contest is there somehow, and so it's very nice to have that. We have this question from chat. How do you choose the topics for each team member to focus on? Is that something that you actually had the team members do? Like did you tell them, like, you're going to learn like data structures and you're going to learn like DP and you're going to learn like graph theory or something?
No, I think it doesn't work in that way, because everyone has its own preference. So someone really likes math, but someone really hates math. So I think the part you should work on can be determined by which problem did you solve in the past contest. Like if you solve really hard DP problem in the past contest, then maybe you should concentrate more on DP than other teammates. And if if someone is really good at geometry and so like all geometry problems, they should just concentrate on geometry more. Yeah.
I see on screen we have here Sungsil University. I know they're also one of the Korean universities that shows up a lot. Do you know the Sungsil team very well?
Yeah. I know them personally.
Would you say actually, like in general, that the Korean competitive programming community, like, does everyone kind of know everyone else? Is it actually that small, or do you think that it's actually really big and it's hard to know like everyone that's competing?
It's big, but there's an annual contest like UCPC where all Korean universities gather and make a competition. Like there are like 20 or 25 problems are gathered, and it is one of the big contests, and everyone, like almost 200 people gather there, so they automatically know each other.
And UCPC is kind of like is it kind of like ICPC like in Korea, or is it a different format?
Yeah, it's ICPC in Korea. It's held same format in ICPC, but without the restriction that team member from same university should compete.
Oh, so you can you can have teams that are from different universities.
Yeah, from different universities. It's mostly for practice. So some teams that is going to final practice with their teammates, but there are some people who compete just for fun. Then you want to participate with your best friends, like even if they are in another university.
Is it organized? It's like the community, like the Korean community organizes this, and then like who are the organizers for this event?
There are some leaders, and that leader organizes the UCPC, and the leader changes every year. Yeah.
Wow, that's actually really cool. Like I wish that there were more like ICPC style contests. Like I think at least in North America the community is a little bit smaller, so we wouldn't have enough people to be able to organize like ICPC, because I imagine this is an on-site, so everyone comes on-site. Is it all in Seoul, or does the location also change?
Mostly in Seoul, but maybe outer Seoul, like Gyeonggi. It is like Seoul. It is in Seoul metropolitan area. Seoul has too expensive. Seoul is too expensive to hold contest or something.
I see. Is the Solve.ac Arena contest similar to UCPC, or is that just kind of also like independent?
No, it is participate individually, and I think it is very different in style or something. Like ICPC, actually, I think ICPC is kind of balanced. That they give an implementation problem, and they give an idea problem, and they give on data structure, well-known data structure problem. And I think balance of them is quite important. But I think Arena is most focused on idea. Yeah, it's like similar to AdCoder or CodeForces, if I have to say.
Okay, very cool. I think we're going to. I'm going to wrap up this interview. I'm very glad to have the time to get to chat with you and to hear your thoughts on KAIST and the other Korean competitive programmers. We have one final question here. What advice would you give to our young viewers that are just started doing competitive programming?
It is lucky to start early, so you can just do your job. It is very good.
And I know we have a lot of fans in Korea who are watching. Is there anything you want to say to them? If you want to say it in Korean, I don't know. Or is that easier, or?
I think I'm very shy to say it.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't, that's okay. I know that they're very glad to see you on stream, and I'm glad you had the opportunity to chat with them. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more from the ICPC World Finals in Astana. Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything. Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana. I am Nick, and I'm back here with Andrew. We're going to do a sort of a long-form scoreboard update because we've had several guests on stream and we've been focused on their interviews, but there has been a contest happening behind us, and so we're going to catch up with the first to solves actually, since there were multiple first to solves.
Yeah.
So
I guess before that, so the contest is now like a little over 3 hours. It's like 3 hours 20 minutes in. So that means that teams really we're just about 2/3 of the way through the contest, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're just over 2/3. So we're 205 minutes in, 95 minutes left. Mm-hmm. In the first in the first hour, we had first to solves on B, C, D, F, and I, and then we had Kai's team first to solve A at the 81-minute mark, and then Peking came out and solved problem J at the 99-minute mark. From that point, there was a little bit of a lull in approaching new problems, and so the next first to solve came from Keist on problem L. They were first to solve problem L at the 139-minute mark.
Right.
And then after that, Jagiellonian University in Krakow was the first to solve H at 172. MIPT first to solve problem K at 184, and then Harvard first to solve E at 194. So we now have unique solves on, I believe it's 11. Oh, actually, yeah, 11 problems. The only problem that hasn't been solved yet is problem G.
Yeah.
And so now probably we're going to have a very interesting scoreboard reveal.
Right.
But before we talk about the scoreboard reveal, we have to talk about the scoreboard freeze. So do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So at the 240-minute mark, the 4-hour mark, the scoreboard is going to freeze, and what that means is that teams will be able to obviously continue submitting and continue solving problems, but they will not see the updates from other teams on the scoreboard. So they'll be able to see if other teams submitted on problems, but they won't know whether it's correct or incorrect or even a submission after their first correct one. So teams will be in the dark a little bit about what the results are. They'll still see their own results, so they'll know how well they're doing themselves, just not relative to other teams.
Yeah, and so I think one thing that's going to be very interesting here about the scoreboard freeze is every team will have solved all of the, quote, easy problems. So
right.
Something to the effect of A, B, C, D, F, and I.
Right.
And now we've seen solves on E, H, J, K, and L.
Right.
And so what will be interesting to see is which problems do these teams tackle and how long will each of these problems take them, and which teams are going to be able to solve the most problems in this time. So, like, if we look at the scoreboard now, like, our top two teams are Peking and Tsinghua University, both from Asia East.
Yep.
And then
both from Beijing, actually.
Yeah. And then we have 6 teams at 7 problems. So, Keist, Beijing Jiaotong, MIPT, Tokyo Tech, University of Science and Technology at China, and MIT. And then currently a fast 6 for bronze. But it seems like the 90-minute heuristic actually is probably going to apply for bronze. Like, I think at this point, 6 will not even a fast 6 will get them bronze at this rate.
Yeah. It seems like probably the bronze medal cutoff could be 7 or something. Here's a fix that would help MIT get I, which they actually did. They
just got it 2 minutes ago.
So maybe that is the fix that they used. Not too sure.
It looks like it was the fix that they applied.
Right, and now they're getting to work on problem L. So MIT is in an interesting situation where they have like an okay number of problems, and they have some time left time left in the contest still. But their penalty is far higher than any other teams. And so at this point, they really need to for them, it's very reasonable for them to try and solve for them to do more problems at once, even though it's typically bad. For MIT's case, they kind of need to do it in order to advance any places, and so we might see them working on multiple problems in parallel, even if some of them get a little stuck or some of them have some bugs, and they'll have to work on those and debug as they go.
One of the flip sides of having such a high penalty is now MIT is in a position where actually they can probably be a lot more aggressive about submitting code. So if you're really close in penalty to the team that is adjacent to you in the ranks and you have the same number of problems solved, you want to be very careful about incorrect submissions, because one incorrect submission could be the difference between you flipping places if the other team solves a problem and you don't. But because MIT's penalty is so much larger than everyone else's, there is basically no incentive for them to do any sort of stress testing. So in fact, like, a large penalty probably begets even larger penalty, and we might see some wildly large penalty numbers from MIT in the next.
Yeah, I mean, we did just see them submit L, probably with minimal testing. They got it wrong, and so we'll see what goes on here. So here we have the top two teams, Peking and Tsinghua, and they are So these two teams they're the only teams with 8 so far. And are they working on each other's problems? So it looks like Peking is working on K, and Tsinghua is working on H, it seems like. So is that K? I think that's K.
It's a little bit hard for me to see. I would definitely expect someone on Tsinghua to be working on J. It feels like a problem that they should definitely knock out. But if they, again, as we mentioned earlier, like if you have a solution to a problem, you should just start typing it. But H and J, I think both actually require a decent amount of code, so it actually doesn't really matter. Like they'll probably I fully expect that Tsinghua will solve both H and J in the next hour and a half, and so it doesn't really matter what order they do it in.
Yeah. Which team is this? This is U Tokyo. They're one of the. They were, I think, the 3rd place team at the Asia Pacific Championship.
Yes.
And they have 6 problems here. Let's see. I guess they have a lot of bugs on H. Have you talked at all about problem H?
We have not talked about problem H. Problem H is actually pretty cool, so maybe we should pull up the description and talk about it for a bit. So yeah, problem H is called Maxwell's Demon, and for those of you who do know what Maxwell's Demon is, you can relax. No knowledge of thermodynamics is needed to solve this problem. Literally the first sentence in the problem statement. So you basically have 2 rectangular chambers here, and there are some they share one side completely, and then there's a demon that's sitting on a point in one along the shared side. And so the goal is you want to have all of the red particles in the red chamber and all the blue particles in the blue chamber. Now the two chambers are actually disconnected except for at the exact location where Maxwell's demon is. And so what happens is if a red particle, say some particle is exactly at the location where Maxwell's demon is, the demon can sort of let all particles go by at that instant in time. So like if there's only one particle, then Maxwell's demon will let that particle go from like the red chamber to the blue chamber. If you have 2 particles, say in opposite chambers, and they both get to Maxwell's demon at the exact same time from both sides, the demon actually has to either allow both of them to go through at the same time or block them. You can't, like, it doesn't have the ability to say, like, I'll let the one from the right go into the left, but not the left into the right. So it's an all or nothing sort of thing. And so yeah, the problem is to compute the earliest possible time that the red particles end up in the red chamber and all the blue ones end up in the blue chamber. An important thing to note that's not explicitly in the description is it may well be impossible, but that's also reasonably easy to detect for whatever reason.
So I guess the first thing to do in this type of problem is when you see this setup with a lot of like reflections, the first thing I would do is like you do this. It's like a kind of standard trick where instead of reflecting the particle along the wall every time it hits a wall, you kind of reflect the wall infinitely. So if you have a particle that's in this chamber, it's in this chamber going in this direction, instead of having it reflect off this wall, or let's say it's going in this direction, instead of having it reflect off this wall, we instead just reflect the chamber across and say it keeps traveling in this line along this reflected, into this reflected chamber. And then it maybe hits the top wall, and then we flip the chamber upwards again, and it keeps going through here. So in this sense, you kind of tile the grid with this infinite tiling of these reflected chambers, and you have to remember that as you tile it, Maxwell's demon also gets reflected every time. So it occurs in 4 kind of different spots that are periodic mod 2H and 2W.
Yeah, and so this is purely for convenience. It makes it easier to see when the intersections happen. You don't actually explicitly need to do the tiling, but if you reason about it in that way, it actually makes it a lot simpler to derive at all points in time where the given particle could touch Maxwell's demon.
Right. And what this tells you is essentially when a particle touches Maxwell's demon it's just some periodic. It's either only once or it's periodic, right? That's actually where I got stuck on this problem. The hard part now is if you have multiple particles that each touch Maxwell's demon at different times, at each instant that Maxwell's demon is touched, right? It can either let all of the particles through or let none of the particles through, right? And one way of thinking about that is it's flipping all of these bits of which side the particle is in, right?
Yeah.
And so you either flip them all or you don't flip them all, and that gives you some kind of and what you'd is some combination of these flips gives you the desired overall net flip, right?
Exactly.
But I don't really have I don't really know how to find which points in time might be important, because for instance you could have one particle that flips at times all the integers, one particle that flips at all the even integers, and one particle that flips at all the odd integers. And then no matter what you do, at every instant, there's always 2 particles getting flipped, right? 2 or 0 particles getting flipped. So then you can never change the parity of how many particles are in each chamber. And I don't really know how to identify that or how to generalize those cases.
All right. Well, so does that mean that you don't know how to solve it maybe an almost equivalent formulation, which is how do you get all the particles in one chamber?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you think about it as so imagine that you're sort of sweeping time from 0 to infinity. So when you start out with some arrangement of what is possible. And so let's just solve the get everything in one chamber version just for simplicity.
Yeah.
So you want your binary
and just for so that we can do the simplification. Actually, you can just always convert it to that, because a blue chamber in the left blue particle in the left chamber, if you mirror image it, it's kind of the equivalent to a red particle in the right chamber. And so, if you imagine a particle and it's mirror image antiparticle, they're always tracking each other, and they always follow the same path. So you can really just think of it as oh, you have some red particles that start in the left chamber or the right chamber, and you want to get them all to the left chamber.
Right. So now the problem is now we can focus on solving this version just for some simplicity.
Right.
So basically now imagine that we have this binary vector or the 0-1 vector, and so if particle I is in the correct chamber, then you give it a 1, and if it's in the incorrect chamber, you give it, say, a 0.
Right.
And so now you want to get to the binary vector of all 1s.
Sure.
So as you sort of sweep through time, there are interesting times, or we'll call them there's a time where there's an event where some points arrive at that point, and then you can either flip them all or you don't flip any of them.
Right.
So you can think of it as you can take this linear combination, of your starting vector and then this vector.
Yeah.
But then as you sort of scan through time, you're accumulating all of these other vectors, right?
Right.
So now the question reduces to something how do you does there exist a linear combination of all of these vectors that gives you the all 1s?
Right. Well, I guess my biggest worry is that I don't know how many vectors there could be. Oh, by the way, we have a quick update on the scoreboard. MIPT actually just solved problem L. So that gives them their 8th problem, and actually puts them ahead of Tsinghua. So it's no longer Beijing in 1-2, and now MIPT looks like they have a serious shot at winning this contest.
Yeah, unfortunately, Peking is still very far ahead in terms of penalty. So at any rate, it seems like MIPT and Tsinghua will have to solve one additional problem to get ahead of Peking.
Right.
I see that we may actually have a guest that wants to join us on stream. So let's take a quick break and get our next guest set up on the stream.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana, Kazakhstan. I am Nick, and on the other side we have Andrew, and we have a mystery guest in the middle. Okay, I guess no longer a mystery. Could you care to introduce yourself for all of us?
Hello, I am a guest here. Some could also say I am a tourist here. But I'm also known as tourist on Code Forces, and this year for the first time I'm the ICPC World Finals judge.
Very cool. Yeah. I think it's kind of funny that we have the judge here, and I think we're almost immediately going to cut to a commercial break.
So we will stay tuned. We'll be right back with more exciting content from Tourist.
Sounds good.
Problem L is the one problem of the contest which is interactive, and what it asks you to do is it asks you to determine where you are in a maze. So you're given some maze structure and you start at some unspecified point. Now you're allowed to walk and look ahead of you to see where the next wall is and what the distance is. So you need to come to a certain point and be able to tell where that point is on the original maze map. The way that you can do this is you can somehow visit all cells in your connectivity component of where you started and then match it to the map of the maze to determine areas of the map where you can be. Now, if there are more than one of such areas, then obviously you are unable to locate yourself. If there is an area and it has some unique point, well, then hopefully you can just find where you are based on the log of your steps before that. However, there is one special case where you need to do some extra handling, which is when the shape of the component has a symmetry, and in case it has a center of symmetry, then your best strategy is actually to go to that center of symmetry. Except there is also one possibility that the center of symmetry is located outside of the connectivity component, and in this case the answer is that you cannot locate yourself.
Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana, Kazakhstan. Right before the break, we were introducing our mystery tourist before we had to unintroduce him. So we have Andrew on the far side, and then in the middle we have Tourist. And Tourist just introduced himself as a World Finals judge, and then we rudely cut him off. So
Exactly, yeah. So I was thinking about just leaving this broadcast because that's disrespectful, utterly. But I guess I'll stay around.
I'm so glad you were able to continue to grace us with your presence here. So can you tell us more about what it means to be a judge at the World Finals?
What it means to be a judge. Being a judge at the World Finals is, of course, quite some responsibility. And it's interesting. I think previously I went as a coach of ITMO or as a guest, and this year as a judge I have more work to do, naturally, even more than I expected maybe, but it's very fun. I think I definitely don't regret trying it out, and yeah, probably would be happy to keep being a judge for the time being.
So what are your, like, more specifically, like, what kind of responsibilities do you have? So like, are you responsible for like, solving all of the problems or doing test data? Like, what's your like specific responsibilities as a judge?
There are no like specific roles, I would say, in the team. It's not like someone is doing solving and someone's doing test data, generally, right? It's more like it's separated problem by problem. So basically in each problem there is someone who proposed this problem, that would be the author, and then there would be another person who would be preparing the problem, and then like basically the workload is distributed among people, and in the end everyone's doing kind of everything but on their own problems. And then of course the closer it is to the actual World Finals contest, the more we collect all of our like well, solutions, but also like everyone starts like looking at more other problems outside of their scope initially, and write some solutions for other problems. Maybe some of the judges implement solutions for all of the problems in the contest, for example, which is always welcome. Yeah, maybe prepare more test data for other problems if you have some solutions which are maybe incorrect but passing with the current set, or you feel like you want to improve the test data in general. That's always welcome. It's not like there is, I guess, usually one person per problem who's like the most responsible for it, but otherwise like everyone is everyone gives the children everyone else. So
see, so how many hours did it take you to solve every problem in the set?
It's too hard to measure. It's not exactly a pure competition setup. I think I just read the problems casually in the like list of, and like it's not like I was trying to solve them as fast as possible. Also, like when I read them, they were not like maybe even like in their final form, because like the process is like evolving, right? So and also I think when I'm not put in the competition setting, when I'm just reading problems casually, I'm much worse, to be honest.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned that the judges will like have like ideas that they're proposing. So are you saying that you are responsible for creating the problem idea for at least one of these problems here at the World Finals?
I mean, I would normally be, but every judge usually has at least one problem that they would be responsible, like that they would be proposing, and at least one problem that they would be responsible for. But usually the judges prepare like some backup problems as well, and it could be that some judges don't actually have their problems in the final set, but still they still were involved in the preparation. It still counts.
I see. Okay, so for the people who are watching here in chat, you now have the duty of guessing which problems Tourist was responsible for preparing, and also which problems he like came up with the idea for, and maybe if you get them all right, we'll have a prize for you. We'll see.
Okay, sounds good.
So what have your responsibilities been on the day of the contest?
It's mostly same as other judges. I think it's just people are trying to keep an eye on what's going on, look at the submissions. If okay, one thing is answering the questions and discussing. Sometimes if like it's not clear what to answer, we would all discuss, and also just look at submissions that teams are making. And sometimes if it's, for example, one of the first submissions to the problem, you want to actually take a look and make sure that there's an issue with the solution if it's, for example, wrong, or maybe there's an issue with testing and you want to catch it as soon as possible.
So I heard a rumor that one of the judges has to be wearing the mascot suit in Astana, and I heard another rumor that you got assigned to wearing the mascot suit. So can you confirm that that was you?
I can neither confirm nor deny it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Did you expect any other answer?
I don't know. Maybe you would confirm it, or maybe you would deny it. But there are some people out there who they swear that you had to be wearing the suit because they never saw you at the same place in the same time as the mascot.
I get it. I think I would also, people might have seen yesterday's push-up challenge, so-called, announced in Code Forces, and if you look into how it went, I think you could also have some different ideas about the origin of this mascot. So there are a lot of hypotheses. I think yeah, it's really tough to actually figure out what's going on. I think it's very unclear.
So now that so historically at the World Finals, you have usually been part of the stream with the mirror stream with Piotr, and you've been competing and doing the World Finals mirror instead of, I guess, now being on the other side. So do you miss that? Do you miss competing in the mirror?
Yeah, so I've been doing the mirror for several years basically, and in a row. We did it on stream this year. I'm not there, but they still have an amazing team of Piotr, Kevin, Nikolai, and I do miss that a bit. Yeah, I think it was nice, definitely, and yeah, but unfortunately you can only do one of the two, and this year that's not what we're doing. In the meantime, Peking submitted problem H, but they get wrong answer. That was, they could have got 9 problems this way, but they didn't.
That would put them pretty solidly.
That would put them in a pretty huge lead, yeah.
Do you have a prediction for how many problems the winner will solve?
Well, we'll see. I mean, right now, between 8 and 12, but I mean, yeah. My prediction would be as good as anyone else's, I think.
So the only problem that hasn't been solved so far is problem G, kindergarten. Do you think kindergarten will get solved in this contest or not?
I mean, we'll see soon. So far, there are 11 problems, except for that one, and each of those problems has at least one solved. So naturally, the teams would be focusing on the problems that have solves. So it's kind of possible that like this problem might not even get any submissions at all, because every team would be like, I have to solve team. Okay, there is one already, but two already. Okay,
there are 8 wrong submissions on.
Okay,
on
by
G
two
somehow.
by two teams. Okay.
Oh, and then UIUC has 6 incorrect submissions
I
on
see.
it.
We also got another accepted submission from Swarthmore on problem J, and they got up to the 5th place, so they're still in the silver zone, but improving. And another wrong answer from Pekin on H, I think.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the medal predictions, like what you would need in order to get a medal. And we were talking about there's a heuristic that says you need, like, the heuristic said that you needed 7 to get bronze, 8 to get silver, 9 to get gold, and 10 to win.
Okay.
So we'll see how that heuristic works. At least right now, it looks like the bronze is definitely correct. Only one more team needs to solve 7, and then.
Yeah, but then more teams probably will solve 7, and then 7 will not be enough for a bronze, right?
That's true. It'll be a fast 7.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And yeah, we'll see. I guess like right now, just looking at the scoreboard, it's not clear whether bronze will be 7 at all. Like for example, Swarthmore is the top team with 7.
Yeah.
Like, are they guaranteed a bronze? I don't know. We'll see. But it's also possible that like 8 other teams solve 8 and beat them. But hard to tell at this point.
Yeah. It seems like I think Swarthmore might make the bronze cutoff even if they don't solve any more problems.
That's possible, yeah.
Because it is quite a lot of problems for like 8 of these teams to solve. 8 more of these teams to solve.
Yeah, and we're almost at the 4-hour mark, so there will only be 1 hour left.
Yes.
I think an hour is plenty of time for a lot of these teams to solve one more problem, but it's not a given. I think that the teams currently at 7 will solve 8. So
I like in general that after the first, I guess, 6 problems, I guess there are 5 easiest problems, and then there's A, which teams kind of struggle sometimes to solve, but eventually at least top teams have to solve it. And then there are 5 more problems that have solved right now, and it looks pretty diverse. Like, we have accepted submissions to them, like from different teams, and the sets of problem solved by the teams seem different.
Yeah. Looks like
mostly.
L is pretty common among the top teams.
L and J are the most common, yeah.
L and J are the
and
most
then
common.
K has 2 solves, E and H. E has 2, H has 1. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Do you think there's one day that AI can beat you on competitive programming again?
Do I think there is a day AI can beat me on competitive programming? So I don't see that day coming in the nearest future. Okay, let me put it this way. But I think that a famous chess player, Garry Kasparov, also thought the same until some point, and then he was proven wrong. So I am mentally prepared to be proven wrong, but so far I'm still trying to convince myself that that's not happening.
Yeah. I think it would be very disappointing in all of like humankind's like AI and like intelligence like research if that day never came.
I mean, yeah, people would be disappointed. I guess at this point, especially, like if we look at the progress that has been made over the last several years, I don't know, like even like 3 years.
Right.
It's like it's immense, and it seems like the sky is the limit. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Has AI helped you at all in competitive programming?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. In what way do you think it usually helps?
It was just like a hypothetical question.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
there was that blog post that said that that I guess LGMs could use AI, but you're no longer LGM. So
that's true. That's true. So I cannot. Yeah, but I think it's I think you could use it maybe for some speed up, but I don't know. I'm too old to try to incorporate it in my routine. I don't know. We'll see.
I see MIT just solved. Oh wait. Did they just solve problem L?
No,
it's been a few minutes, but
Yeah.
they are in they are also at 8 problems solved. So now the gold the gold medal cutoff is at least a fast 8.
Yep.
Which I think we were hoping to see.
Yep.
Their penalty, meanwhile, is almost twice Peking's. I think that's pretty rare, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I mean,
okay.
Sometimes you're in situations like that, but and Peking's the Peking's penalty is also like 300 points lower than MLT2's.
And we can also see right now that there's the announcement that the scoreboard is frozen, so which means that we will not see any more submissions. And it's probably a good time for me also to leave you guys here.
Yeah. I think we'll go on a quick break. In our break, we'll show off the editorial to problem K. So stay tuned for that, and see you guys.
Hello. Problem K, the Towers of Neuha, is about distorted Towers of Hanoi. In this problem, we have the classic setup with 3 pegs and n disks, but after we have played a sequence of valid moves in the shortest possible solution, a child has taken all of the disks from peg number 1 and moved them to peg number 3. And now we have a potentially invalid configuration, but we still want to make only valid moves, and we want to solve the towers in the fewest moves possible. And the task is to count the number of moves. So let's start with the very basics. In the Towers of Hanoi, if we have the 3 pegs and we want to move an entire tower of n disks from peg 1 to peg 3, eventually we will have to move the largest disk. And when this can only happen if all of the other disks are out of the way, so we need to move the tower of size n-1 to peg number 2, and then we have the large disk free. This gives us the recurrence that the number of moves needed for n disks is twice the number of moves for n-1 disk, because we need to move the tower here, then the largest disk, and then the entire tower to peg 3, and this solves to the well-known 2 to the n-1 total moves. And the fact that this is almost a power of 2 will be important in a moment. So, we are given the input in base 2, and this is important in this problem, that the input can be very large. There can be hundreds of thousands of disks or something like that, and we are given the number of moves performed before the child came in binary. So we need to take this number and translate it into a configuration of disks as the first step. And luckily the digits in binary are exactly telling us what to do. So if the number is 21, which in binary is the 16-bit plus the 4-bit plus the 1-bit, then we see that the first 16 moves are the 15 moves to move the tower of size 4, and then the next move is moving the disk of size 5. So disk of size 5 goes to the appropriate peg, and then all of the bigger disks remain untouched. We are only dealing with the smaller ones. The next 4 moves, the 3 moves will move a tower of size 2, and then the next move moves a disk of size 3, and then we move a disk of size 1, and we have the configuration constructed. We can also do essentially the same thing backwards. If we have any valid configuration, then we can count the number of moves to go from there to the solution, which is essentially modulo the position of the largest disk, the number of steps to go from there to the beginning, because it's also a pyramid on one of the pegs. So we will just do the same thing backwards. So in this configuration, for example, the 6 is already on the correct peg, so we don't have to do anything with it. The 5 is not on the correct peg, so what we need to do is, first of all, we need to move everything aside. So the disks 1, 2, 3, 4 need to go onto the middle peg, and then we will move the 5 on top of the 6, and then we will spend 2 to the 4 minus 1 moves moving everything else onto the top. So for this 5, we need 2 to the 4 moves from the moment we are moving it to the end of the solution. And in addition to that, we now have the remaining disks, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we know that we need to get all of them into the middle peg. So now when we go to 4, we see that 4 is not on the correct peg, and we continue like this. So we are doing essentially the same thing as in the previous slide, but backwards. So now that we can count the number of steps to go from a configuration to a solved state, we are almost done, right? So let's look at the full problem. After the child made the big potentially invalid move, it has created something like in this picture. There are two possible cases to consider at the beginning. First of all, it is possible that the new configuration is actually valid. For instance, if the child makes the move immediately in the beginning, then they move all of the disks from peg 1 to peg 3, and we just have a solved tower. So if we have any valid configuration, we already know how to solve it. If we don't, let's look at this as follows. So in red, there is the biggest bad disks that is causing us problems. Below is the original content of the third peg. In green are the disks bigger than the red one. And now, eventually, during the solution process, we will at some point need to correct the only mistake that is in the current configuration. So the 8 that is on top of 3 in this example, at some point we will have to move the 8. And now many smart people would consider like just two possibilities, right? Either we move the 8 to the second peg or we move it to the first peg. And if we make this choice, then it is clear what we have to do. We need to take all of the white disks in this picture. Those are the ones that are potentially in our way. We need to move them onto the peg that we are not using. So if we choose to move the 8 onto the first peg, then 6, 4, 2, 1 need to go onto the second peg or vice versa. And this is the fastest way in which we can move the 8. And then we have a valid configuration and we can count the number of steps remaining. So we consider these two options and we pick the better of one of them. Is that all? No, it's not. Because consider a situation like this one. There is one more possibility. Before we decide to actually move the 3, it may be beneficial to move one of the bigger disks. Because look at the example provided here. This is actually the smallest counterexample to the previous solution. In this situation, we know that eventually we will be moving everything on top of 7. In particular, we want to move the 6 on top of 7. And in order to do that, we will need to move the 5 away from the 6. And it is clearly better to do it right now, before we put any more clutter there, than it would be to do it later when it would require to move all of the smaller disks before that. So here, the optimal solution starts with just moving 5 from peg 2 to peg 1, and only then dealing with the 3. And what are the actual cases in general? So if we are doing some actions with disks bigger than the bad disk before actually moving the bad disk from its invalid location, there can only be exactly one such move, and this can be moving the topmost bigger disk from peg 2 to peg 1, because if we are moving disks that are bigger than the red one, we cannot put any of them on peg 3, because this would not be a valid move. And as soon as we move one of them from peg 2 to peg 1, then the only valid move left is to move it back. So there are only two more cases to consider, and actually only one of them matters. So if we had something here and something here, we would move all of those smaller disks on peg 3. Then we would move the topmost bigger disk from peg 2 to peg 1, and then we would do the same thing as on the previous slide. So now we would argue that at some point the optimal solution has to move this particular disk, the red disk, and it is optimal to always use as few steps as possible to clean up, then move it, and then finish as quickly as possible. So that's the full solution.
Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana, Kazakhstan. I am Nick, also known as Sherwokun on Codeforces, and then I have Andrew Eknerwala with me here on commentary. And on screen right now, we are showing the analysts' automated prediction of the final results. So what the analysts did was they took the scoreboard at the 4-hour mark, and they wrote some hidden model, or they just wrote some model to predict what they think the results are going to be. They're predicting who the champion's going to be, who's going to get a gold medal, and who's going to get a medal altogether. The image just went off screen, but I got the analysts to send it to me. So their top 3 picks for the winner of the World Finals. So they think Peking has 1/3 chance of winning, 34.4%. Then they think Tsinghua with 30.6%, and MIPT with 21.3%. For those of you who strongly believe in MIT, the analysts give them not that great odds, 7.3%. But, you know, that's still an outside chance. And then other universities have small chance, like KAIST has a 1.7% chance, Beijing Jiaotong has 1.3% chance, and Swarthmore has 1.1. And then here we have gold medal predictions. So you would expect that the teams that have good chances of being champion would also have very high chances of getting a gold medal. And in fact, the predictions are that all 3 of these teams are virtually guaranteed to get a medal at this point.
Right.
Peking with 93% to get gold, Tsinghua 80%, MIPT 79%, MIT at 44%. So we'll see what happens at the award ceremony, where they're going to reveal all of the submissions, and we'll get to see who is crowned the winner of the World Finals.
Yeah, so right now, if any of you guys are looking at the scoreboard, you can see that the scoreboard is frozen. So any new submissions, the results will be hidden from everyone except the team themselves. And you can see in our queue that there are plenty of teams submitting, but we don't know any of the results of these. We don't know any of the results. And in fact, actually, like we can't even look at any of their screens or anything in order to kind of preserve the secrecy of the scoreboard until the award ceremony, where we'll reveal all of these submission results.
Yeah. So we could make some like informed guesses on whether a team has solved a problem or not. If we were to say pull up the scoreboard and then look, one thing we could count is like the number of attempts that a team has made.
Right.
So I'm going to pick the University of Tokyo. The scoreboard's a little bit confusing here because they haven't actually submitted 11 times on H since the scoreboard froze. They actually had 8 attempts before the freeze, and then they had 3 attempts after the freeze.
Right.
But also historically, it's pretty rare for a team to have a double-digit number of attempts on a problem
And players playing
and still get it right.
so-called speed bingo. In this game, each player has K numbers on their card, and the bingo master draws this number in some order which is picked uniformly at random. And when the number is drawn, each player, the first player that has this number can cross it out on their card, and if the number occurs in the card multiple times, the player can only cross it out one time. The problem asks for each player to compute the probability that this player will lose the game, which happens if this player is the last one to cross out all of their numbers. So to answer this problem, we need to consider for each number in the card of this player, what is the probability that this specific number would be picked last. Without loss of generality, we can assume that within their own card, each player cross out the same number in some specific order, for example, left to right, and then
we good? Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back. So on screen, we're actually, funnily enough, mirroring the World Finals mirror stream of Piotr. So Piotr is competing, or he's participating in the mirror, and you can see in their setup. So Piotr is currently at the keyboard, and you have Kevin's son, KSun48, in the more dark blue, I would say.
Sure.
And then Nikolai, also known as Khan, on the right. And so they're working on problems.
Good morning. Welcome to China. You're at the ICPC Challenge Championship powered by Huawei. We are facing huge challenges, just waiting to be solved by best of us.
The business of helping people prosper, for there to be enough and more than enough.
AI community. 这个令我阿的大自然灵活也可以。
I think I need to be very lucky for this.
But in general, I'm quite happy with the trip because it's very nice and very well organized.
I think I will get into the top 10 because I get the top 10 in the previous content.
So congratulations on taking on the challenge and doing such a wonderful job of solving the problems that have been presented to you and everyone on the globe because of the digital age that we live in. So thank you very, very much.
Hey, we're back at the ICPC World Finals 2024 in Astana. I'm Andrew, or Eknerwala, and with me here is Nick, or Xiao Code. Yeah, we're here to analyze the closing 50 minutes of the contest. 40 minutes?
I guess it's 40 minutes. So we are in the middle of the frozen scoreboard portion of the contest. What this means is in the last hour of the contest, submission verdicts are only released to the teams. So here we have the optimistic standings. So imagine that hypothetically every pending submission that was made was actually evaluated to be correct. What would the scoreboard actually look like? And so in that situation, Tsinghua would be the champion. They would have 10 problems solved. MIPT and Peking only have 9 problems solved. So in some sense, Tsinghua looks like it has the best. They have the best chances to win, but obviously maybe their submissions are incorrect.
Yeah. Anyone can make a submission to any problem, but whether it's correct or not will depend a lot. And in fact, one thing that MIT probably should do is, because they have so much penalty and they essentially have no shot of beating anyone on penalty anyways, they might as well just start submitting empty code to every problem periodically, just to obfuscate how many problems they actually have solved. I think there aren't many situations where your penalty is so bad that you'd be willing to do this. But here, maybe if you just submit every problem every 5 minutes, then you can actually then this is worth doing.
So do you think that as like a conspiracy theory, like MIT's strategy was this all along?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I'm pretty sure they did want to solve the problems that they submitted, and they were not just intentionally throwing in bugs. But you know, now that it's already done, then you know maybe they should just take advantage.
Yeah, definitely one of the few times where actually submitting empty code would be a reasonable strategy, although it still takes time to make submissions, and I know that the DOM judge system, the judges might get upset if they see 3/4 of the submissions being complete garbage every single time.
Yeah, I would probably, if I were to do this, I would probably limit it to about one submission, like probably one submission every 5 minutes, and you just sneak your actual submissions in as you go, and that would that's probably not too much for the judge system, and probably like plenty to obfuscate your submissions.
We have a guest that we're gonna get on stream, so we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll have another interview ready for all of you.
Problem E is one of the harder problems in the problem set. In that problem you're given a 3D cuboid. It touches a plane by a face, which is obviously a rectangle. And then what you're allowed to do, you're allowed to roll it, clipping over one of the edges. And you want to do as few of those rolls as possible to move the cuboid to a different position on the plane. At the end of all the operations, the face touching the plane should have the same shape and orientation as it originally was when we just started. Now let's take a closer look at what happens when we roll it from one side to another. Now, it can be noticed that actually there are only 6 possible shapes of the face touching the plane. So there are generally 3 types of faces, and then every face has 2 orientations. Between those shapes there are transitions, and every face, every state has 2 possible other states that are connected to it, which corresponds to rolling it over one edge or the other edge. There is one important observation that if we continuously roll over edge of a certain length many times, then it effectively becomes a shift of the rectangle. So we, for example, if we're using face B and C, then we can shift it in one direction by a plus b, or in another direction by c plus a. This means that if we considered all those possible transitions, then we can say that once we enter a transition, once we enter a state, we're allowed to perform certain shifts according to that rule that I just mentioned, and then continue moving to another state. It's then possible to prove that every transition can be used only twice, and like once in one direction and once in another direction. So then the problem can be split into two halves. It's like how we can consider all possible transitions, and then what is the best way to stay in a given state and like move it by the algorithm that I described earlier over just one edge. Now let's first solve the second problem. So if we know which states we have visited, we know which shifts are allowed, and then it becomes the Diophantine equation where you need to minimize sum of absolute values of coefficients. This is a fairly known problem, and it can be solved by pre-computing the answer for all values between 0 and the least common multiple of the two lowest coefficients. And in this case, we will then just use the largest shift as much as possible until we get to the pre-computed values, to the region of pre-computed values. Now, for the second part of the problem of like how to possibly iterate all the states that we have visited, given the assumption that we use every transition at most twice, the number of like possible walks in the space of states is pretty limited. For every walk, there are, of course, several possibilities of where we could have shifted after such a walk. And specifically, if we use the transition once, then we could have shifted either like in the positive direction or negative direction on an axis. If we have used a transition twice in both directions, then it could have brought us to the same place where we started, so like equivalent to shift of 0, or it could be a shift of similar to like a plus b or like c plus a on this picture, but it could be either in positive or negative. So at most there are 3 options for every transition. So this brings a total complexity to approximately 3 to the power of 6, and then the part with the Diophantine equation can generally be pre-computed effectively, and the complexity will be approximately the product of 2 smaller numbers, which can be in the order of million in this task.
Hey, we're back at the ICPC World Finals 2024 in Almaty, or in Astana. Yeah, I have with me here Andrei Ivanov. Do you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Hello, I'm Andrei from JetBrains.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess just really quickly, like, what are you up to? What have you been up to here over the past couple days, and like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, well, mostly I was talking to many friends I have in the ICPC community. Was as everyone watching you and Gena doing the technical talk from JetBrains, rooting for different team today. So.
Do you have a favorite team here?
Well, as you know, I always root for MIT. Also, few Russian teams like MIPT, ITMO, and some of the European teams, which I get to know during the last few years. So many favorites.
Yeah. It's always interesting when we were competing, and even now, I think MIT, the teams are seated alphabetically, right? So MIT and MIPT always sit next to each other. So you can always look over and see the other team, and when they're strong, like you can tell a little bit like whether they're working hard or whether they're just like sitting there thinking for a bit.
Today they're pretty close to one another.
Yeah. They were definitely two of the favorites going in, and Tsinghua and Peking are clearly showing their strength. Tsinghua, I guess, has just submitted another problem E. How many of these 3 submissions do you think are like actually correct? They have submissions on E, H, and J right now.
It's difficult to predict.
Yeah.
I think that KST, I'm not sure if it's the right pronunciation, but they are kind of hidden favorites because they made 3 first solves.
Right.
Which is usually difficult.
Right. And they have 2 more submissions. I think J is definitely one of the more solvable problems. I think, I'm looking at it, and I think probably most of these teams that have at least 1 submission on J are going to solve it by the end of the contest. And then there's this big question of whether their submission to K is going to pass, and that makes a big difference because that's the difference between 8, which would put them in like 3rd place, 2nd place, and 9 problems. So.
What do you think? How many problems the champion will solve? 10?
Yeah, I think. It's a good question. 10 is definitely on the table, especially since we've seen here Peking University also just submitted E. So we definitely have multiple teams with at least 10 problems submitted. I think it is 11 possible.
Wow.
It could happen. I think 12 is a little bold, but it's. I think it depends if we think Tsinghua is actually done with the contest or not, has actually solved all 3 of their problems yet or not. If they have, by now, they still have they still have 20 minutes left? Oh, okay, sorry. If they have only 20 minutes left, they're probably not solving G regardless.
Okay.
They're probably just out of time, even in the best case, like if they, unless they have already pretty much planned it out, it's probably just a little bit too long to type.
And MIT, they kind of get from behind. They weren't among leaders for most of the competition, but now they're there, and they don't have any first solves.
Yeah.
But they also didn't have much penalties for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they clearly stumbled a lot at the beginning. They had there was a time when they had incorrect submissions on 3 or 4 problems at the same time. But they pulled it together and they managed to get solves for all the easy problems. I would say.
For all solvable problems. So.
Yeah, and so I think hopefully that means they're kind of they've calmed down a little bit, right? And they're ready to solve the next problem. And if they solve 1 more problem, they're definitely I think right now they haven't submitted any problem, and there's only 30 minutes left. So obviously they can't win if they don't submit. They don't get at least 1 more solve. But if they do solve a problem, it's possible that they'll win. Seems a little unlikely given that so many other teams have looked like they might have 9.
I would bet for Peking looking at this.
Yeah. I think Tsinghua definitely has a real shot because they have they have K and Peking. I think K is actually one of the harder problems to implement. So that's the kind of thing I'm scared of for them.
Do you know if anybody tried to solve those problems using the artificial intelligence?
I don't know if anyone has tried. Maybe we'll try after this, and maybe we'll see if OpenAI wants to try with their secret model. But yeah, it's definitely could be interesting. You know, my guess is probably they're on the hard side, especially since like you know, at IOI there's a lot of subtasks, and some tasks, like the subtasks, you get points for solving like easier versions of the problems. But here there's very few subtasks, so you kind of have to solve all the tasks all the way or not. But they definitely, I guess I could definitely see them getting like solving like 4 or 5 problems here. So that would be quite impressive.
Kotlin challenge, so you were solving with Gena. I think AI managed to solve 6 out of 9.
Right.
And the 3 last, it did it better. So you solved at least one during this very short period of time, one more task than artificial intelligence.
Right.
So human beings still have chances.
Still have a chance. Yeah.
Probably for another year. I'm very interested when the computers start to win these competitions.
Yeah, it'll be pretty exciting when it happens. I don't know if it's going to be, you know, in a year or in 5 years or in 10 years, but you know, the day will definitely come, right? And I think it'll be, you know, by then hopefully like we'll have computers helping us do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
So that'll be great.
And what will happen to the competition after it happens?
I think the competition will continue to
like in chess,
like in
right?
Chess, right? Yeah. It's like the contest is not, you know, everyone knows that like you know, it's not like any of these are like open research problems, and everyone knows that like if you stack on more people and you have like, you know, more reference tools, then you can solve more. But that doesn't make it like less fun for humans, right? So I think we'll be fine on
Do you think there are some kind of last time we were speaking in Luxor, and there was discussion about different kind of problems that can be added to contest to make it different. Do you think that this computer progress would push the organizers into these directions? Different kind of problems, different kind of you know, settings.
It definitely could happen. I don't think it has to. I think. Yeah, I think computers getting better at these problems probably won't be the catalyst. You know, I think computers will get better at a lot of things, and kind of, you know, this particular contest has its own little like types of problems that it likes, and you know that'll like that probably won't change just on account of AI. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you up to like? In general at JetBrains these days?
Artificial intelligence, of course. We are trying to do something like you are trying to do.
Right.
Creating a software by the description in the human language, for example.
Yeah.
There are multiple levels. We are doing AI assistant, which just the auto-completion, but on the next level. Like Copilot does, one of the competitors. And the next level is we are trying to do it so that programming languages is not involved. So the human being defines the problem in the human language, and then it's problem generated.
Right.
So that's probably the biggest priority for JetBrains these days, to have artificial intelligence helping programmers as much as possible.
Yeah. Have you used any of these? I don't know how much code you write day to day.
Well, I'm using artificial intelligence pretty active. I check the ChatGPT mostly for different tasks.
Yeah.
I haven't done any programming for last 24 years, so not in this area.
Not too much. Yeah.
But when I did it, compiler was cool thing.
Right. Yeah. The tooling really has changed so much since then. And you know, like Copilot really is the latest wave. So over here we see actually MIT has submitted another problem.
Wow.
They've submitted problem E, and then Tsinghua made yet another submission to H, which kind of suggests that they hadn't solved it yet. It might make it like.
Oops. What does it mean?
So this is the optimistic standings. This is assuming that everyone passes their problem.
Optimistic means that everybody who submitted actually submitted it right.
Right. And I think that means that there are, I think optimistically, and this is pessimistic standings, which is pretty much the standings before the freeze. And I think that means that there are, optimistically, the bronze cutoff will actually be more than 7 problems. I think there are more than, I think the bronze cutoff here is at like is at 8 problems. Is actually at a fast 8 problems. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. Or
oh, in optimistic Tokyo Tech is high, so they made a lot of submissions. Okay.
Right. They solved G. They're one of the few teams that have submitted G. And they may have submitted it. They might have solved it before the freeze. They were one of the few teams that solved E before the freeze. So they're definitely kind of not on this normal path, right? They're solving E and G earlier than J and L.
Historically, does this strategy work? Going?
I think it's usually not the best, but can be fine. I think sometimes the biggest danger is that you're working on these problems and the problems are harder than you realized. And other teams realize that they're hard, but maybe you just like miss something.
But they see the tables, so the scoreboard, so they can adopt. They can understand what is easy.
Right. So if they've like kind of adapted, then like that's fine as long as they like actually do solve J and L by the end of the contest. So.
And also, looking at this KIST today, do you know if there is any correlations between how many first solves you have and how good you are in the end in the score?
I think. Well, okay, there must be some correlation, right? If you have a lot of first to solves, you probably are doing pretty well. But I think there's actually less than you'd expect. I think it's not really necessary to get first solves at the beginning of the contest in order to kind of win. I think, honestly, the correlation more comes from if you won, you're more likely to have solved more hard problems.
Backwards, yeah.
And then the hard problems, like probably you're the one of the few teams that solved it, so you might have some first to solves there. But getting first to solves at the beginning, it kind of sometimes it means that you're like a little less efficient with the keyboard, or maybe you're like, you aren't typing the very easiest problems first, and so that actually might hurt you a little bit.
Made a right guess about which one to start from.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, there's plenty of time to see how KAIST does. And their biggest advantage here is that their penalty is quite strong, which is, it's actually it's not even as good as Peking's. Like, Peking's penalty is 674 minutes, but they've solved an extra problem. So if KAIST or Swarthmore were to solve one more problem right now, their penalty would be like in the 800s already. So Peking's penalty is really way better than anyone else's.
Yeah, any other team to get higher than Peking, they definitely need more problems to solve than Peking. Which
so
is
that's we'll have to see if anyone manages to pull that out. Right now, kind of the optimistic scoreboard suggests that Tsinghua might, but that's the big question.
Excellent. It's very interesting to look at this competition.
Yeah.
Different from what happened in Luxor, actually.
Right. In Luxor, there were
2 championships happening. Peking was great in both. They took first and second.
Right. Yeah.
High School of Economics was great in both. Here they are behind, so they probably changed generations and doing with that.
Yeah. I think the Peking team I think most of these teams are not the same. I think the one team that has a lot of overlap is MIPT. They're the same team as the 47th World Finals, and I think last year they got 3rd place. So.
Bless you.
Yeah. So they're definitely like they're the I think they're the main repeats. I think everyone else is pretty new. Yeah. All right. I think we have, or maybe never mind. Sorry. I think we might be showing another. Editorial. So we'll just take a quick break. Do you have anything else you wanted to say to everyone?
All set. Good luck, everyone.
All right.
And let the strongest win.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. And
thank you for having me.
We'll see you usually next year, probably.
See you next year.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm gonna explain problem H, Maxwell's demon. The problem is like we have two chambers, and we also have particles, each with red or blue color, and each particle has initial position and its velocity. And when each particle hits a wall, it bounces, but in the middle wall, the Maxwell's demon is there, and the demon can choose to whether accept to pass the particles through it or just bounce them back. And your task is to operate demons so that red particles and blue particles are completely separated. And you have to find the minimum time you can achieve this goal. So the first observation is that the particle's movement is almost relevant of whether it is in the right chamber or the left chamber. So, for example, this is example chamber, and for example, if the particle hits in this way, and if it bounces back, like it moves like this, but if it doesn't bounce back, it moves like this. And the important point is that the period of the particle that hits demon doesn't change by whether it's in the right chamber or the left chamber. So the second observation is that we can formalize this problem by some binary vector things. It means each particle's position can be expressed by 0 or 1, which means left or right, and each demon's operations is just swapping the particles that hits at some moment or not. And this is just the addition of vectors modulo 2. So the question is just like you have a bunch of vectors which that corresponds to the demon's operation at some time, and your task is to add subset of them to achieve target vectors. So this can be done by Gaussian elimination, and that's all.
Welcome back to the ICPC World Finals in Astana, Kazakhstan. We have just under 10 minutes left in this contest. It's been quite the journey. Very, very interesting storyline here with how the contest has played out. So currently in the frozen scoreboard, we have multiple teams with 8 problems solved. So we have Peking University, MIPT, Tsinghua University, and MIT, all at 8 problems. Before the freeze, we had 8 teams at 7 problems. Swarthmore College, KAIST, Beijing Jiaotong University, NUS, Tokyo Tech, the University of Tokyo, Kyoto University, and the University of Science and Technology of China. And so we know that you need a minimum of 7 problems to get a medal. The only question is how many problems got solved in the last hour, and what will the final cutoffs be? It's kind of anyone's guess, to be completely honest. Peking has pending submissions on 2 problems, E and H. MIPT also has pending submissions on 2 problems, E and J. Tsinghua has pending submissions on 3 problems, E, H, and J. And MIT has pending submissions on 2 problems, E and H. Looking a little bit further down, we see Swarthmore College has 1 pending submission on L. KAIST has 2 pending submissions on J and K. And then looking further down, Beijing Jiaotong has 1, NUS has 1, Tokyo Tech has 3, University of Tokyo has 2, Kyoto has 2, and the University of Science and Technology has 1. And then we have teams with 6 solves. Some have a multitude of submissions, like Seoul National University is currently the first team out of the medals, but they have pending runs on J, K, and L. We can see like Jagiellonian University in Krakow, for example, also has pending runs on free problems. So it's going to be a very exciting scoreboard reveal. You can see on the contest floor right now, I think we have MIT kind of in the background, a little bit obscured by these balloons. Maybe this camera will capture an interesting reaction based on the submissions. But it does look like MIT is repeatedly submitting. So MIT has 1 pending submission on E, but they have 3 pending submissions on H. So it seems like they probably, as of right now, they do not yet have a solve on H. We'll see if they continue submitting or not. So MIT could have anywhere from 8 problems solved to 10 problems solved. It seems that the people, most of the people that I've been talking to on the contest floor and so on, seem to expect that around 10 problems will end up being the solve count for the winner, and it's a bit of a question who's going to get it. Some people think Tsinghua has 11 problems solved, but it's anyone's guess if anyone actually has 11. There's a question in chat. When will the scoreboard unfreeze? What time does the closing ceremony take place? So the scoreboard will not unfreeze for a while. In fact, the easiest way to find out the results for the World Finals is to attend the closing ceremony. And I'm sure that my assistants in ICPC Live will have a link ready to post in the chat for that. But the award ceremony is scheduled to start roughly, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours after the end of the contest. So for those in Kazakhstan, it would be 5:30. You can hear there was just a 5-minute warning, so contestants are definitely trying to make their last-minute submissions if they have any. But yeah, looking up the official schedule for us, we see that the award ceremony is actually scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m. So that is in an hour and 45 minutes. Please stay tuned right after the end of the stream. I believe we are going to have some... I believe we're actually going to have some live-streamed interviews. I'll have to get some confirmation on that from my peers, but we should hopefully be able to get interviews of teams immediately after the end of this contest. We're going to try to interview all of the teams that we think have a shot at being the champion here. So there are, I think, among the teams at the top of the scoreboard, all of the teams with 8, I think, have a chance at being the champion. So Peking University, MIPT, Tsinghua University, and MIT. I think there are some teams with an outside chance, maybe at sneaking in. So KAIST, for example, they can get up to 9 problems solved. Beijing Jiaotong University, National University of Singapore, and US. They all have shots at 9. Tokyo Tech also has the potential for 9, maybe 10 if they solve problem G. Tokyo has potential for 9. Kyoto also 9. But I think everyone's expecting the champion to solve 10 problems. Maybe Tsinghua has 11. It is indeed anyone's guess. We can see on screen here we have Kyoto. Kyoto currently in 11th place before the scoreboard freeze. They're all three of them are very intently at their computer trying to finish implementing something in the last 3 minutes here. But yeah, it's a very tense environment right now, and just in just over 2 minutes, they're going to announce the end of the contest, and all of the coaches are going to get onto the team floor, and we'll probably have a good idea of what the results are, or at least how many problems each team has solved. I think most people are going to go straight to Tsinghua and ask, did you solve 11 or did you only solve 10? There are a lot of cameras that are set up weirdly by Kyoto. I wonder why Kyoto is getting so much attention here. Here are the current standings again. So minimum of 7 to get a medal. Probably will need a very fast 7 to get a bronze, if not just 8 outright. We mentioned earlier the 90-minute heuristic predicted 9 problems for silver, and then, or 8 problems for silver, 9 problems for gold, and the winner would need to solve 10. I personally suspect that 7, maybe a very fast 7 will get you bronze, but probably will need 8. Silver is definitely 8, and then gold is probably a fast 8, maybe 9, and the winner probably has 10 if I had to bet on any of these teams. So just under a minute left, 40 seconds. There will be a countdown in the background, and then the contest will be over. And we ask everyone to please tune in to the award ceremony in just under 2 hours to hear the final results, to see who will be crowned the champion of the ICPC World Finals Astana.
ICPC World Finals ends in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The contest is over.
So there we hear John Clevenger announcing that the contest is over. Everyone is now done with the contest. No more submissions are being taken.
Coaches and spectators are welcome to come out on the floor and talk with your team.
All the coaches and spectators will be able to join them on the floor to talk with the team. And they're going to catch up, see what's going on. And then we're going to enjoy some snacks here on our side and then go to the award ceremony and dinner. So thanks again to everyone for tuning in to the ICPC World Finals live stream.
Teams, you may take
it's
the
been a lot of
JetBrains
fun
pads and
getting to
other
watch this
paper
contest
items with you.
and
You may take the
getting
mouse pads.
to
You may
see
take
what
the
everyone
calculators.
is interested in.
You may take your balloons. You may take your team procession sign. You may not take the computer. All teams and coaches are invited to exit to the chill zone area for snacks and relaxation.
And John being showing a little bit of his comedic talent, telling contestants that they cannot take the computer, but they may take approximately everything else. I already hear some balloon popping for some reason. But But yeah, the closing ceremony will start at 6 p.m. In Kazakhstan, which is in just over 2 hours. I believe it's called the award ceremony and not the closing ceremony. So I'll have to let someone up in live update that. But yeah, the floor you can see very active, very colorful. A lot of balloons were given out. Glad to see a lot of teams solving problems.
Everyone should make their way out to the front building and walk over to the awards ceremony, which is in the Congress Center next to the Hilton Hotel. 4:30, go over to the awards ceremony.
I would like to thank everyone again for tuning in to our live stream. And please come back in a couple hours to see the results. Until then.
Teams, you may take your procession sign, the hand-carried one, but please do not try to disassemble the workstation and take your team sign. You may take your mouse pads, you may take your calculators, you may take your balloons, you may take your team procession sign. You may not take the computer. You may take your balloons, but please don't release them.
Go.
Coaches and spectators are welcome to come out on the floor and talk with your team.
Hey. How are you guys feeling? Bad. What did you guys? How are you guys feeling after the first hour?
JetBrains pads and other paper items with
Uh-huh.
you.
Printers,
You
no
may
printers,
take
we
a
cannot
mouse
debug,
pad.
cannot debug. Usually we
You may
print.
take
We rely on
calculators.
printers to debug.
You may take
Years
your
now working for the
phones.
first 1.5 hours.
You
Oh
may
my.
take your
So-
team procession
Printing
sign.
comes like 1 hour late.
You may not
Right.
take the
And like we are
computer.
trying to use split screen to debug, but it's very hard.
Right.
All teams and coaches are
So how are you guys feeling at the end of the contest? Do you guys think you?
and
We have some
relaxation.
problems. We think we don't know how to solve them.
Okay. Well, good luck, and yeah, we'll see you at the rewards and see how the other competition shapes up. Good job coming back from whatever the first hour was.
We know that. But
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I mean, during training, this happens quite often during our trainings. Like we were N-3 or N-4.
Right.
First hour.
Yeah.
And,
Well.
we probably were also in a pretty bad luck. We put everything wrong basically.
Oh yeah. Well.
Should we focus on one of the and but we won't win.
All right. Well, good job, and see you guys at awards. Sure. Hey. How did you guys? How are you guys feeling at the end of the contest?
And walk over to the awards ceremony.
We had two more
which is in
problems
the
with
Congress
solutions.
Center next to
Both
the Hilton
failed.
Hotel.
That's kind of
4:30.
Yeah.
I
Over to the
think
awards ceremony.
was able to get even more higher place.
Uh-huh.
But, in this position, it's kind of like dangerous in getting
Yeah.
medal. Not.
Yeah.
Kind of nervous.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I hope you guys do manage to get a medal. You guys had a very strong first hour or two of the contest. Do you guys do you think you like overperformed, or is that something like you normally were able to do in practice?
We usually are very good at the first 1 hour for almost all of the contests.
Right.
That's mainly because our thinking speed is pretty fast. And thinking and coding speed is both fast for easy problems. I don't think that's perfectly the case for the harder problems, but we were able to solve the easy problems in very fast.
Right.
Of that.
Well, congrats on your performance, and good luck, and hope you guys get the medals you're looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Take your team sign.
This one. Here. Hey. How are you guys feeling at the end of the contest? Terrible?
Yeah.
Did you guys Well, you don't have to tell me if you solved the last few problems.
We solved one of them.
You solved one of them. Yeah. Do you guys?
And we have no idea where the bug is in the second one, so.
Yeah.
And we didn't even start writing the third one.
Yeah. You guys, the start of your guys' contest was a little slow.
Yeah.
What do you? How did that affect you guys?
I think only physically, like we had less time for the last problems, but not morally.
Not morally. That's good. That's good. Yeah. I'm glad. Glad you didn't affect you guys too much. Yeah. Well. Good job. Congrats on your performance. And yeah. See you guys at awards.
Thank you. See you.
Hey. How are you guys feeling after the end of the contest? How are you guys feeling?
Not good. Not good.
Not good. Do you guys? Well, did you solve many more problems before the end? I saw you guys had a few submissions, right? You at least weren't spam submitting.
Our English is not good. We speak more slowly.
Did you guys like? Did you guys end up solving more problems by the end of the contest?
No.
No. How do you guys? How did you guys feel about your performance? You guys solved a lot of problems very quickly, right? Your penalty was very good.
Yeah.
Do you guys? How much have you guys been practicing? And do you think that was this is an especially good performance?
我觉得还行吧，可以。我其实没听懂。他问你觉得自己表现怎么样
？My performance is not good. I give my
at the first 4 hours our performance is good. But the last hour we made some mistakes.
Do you guys know Do you guys know what kinds of bugs you had, or you still aren't too sure?
We know our bugs.
Okay.
But we do not have enough time.
Yeah. That's always tough. I saw after solving the first 5 problems, you guys spent a while before working on the next one. Did you guys just run out of problems to solve or to type, or what kind of happened there?
Yeah.
第5道题以后
He knows how to solve J, and I know how to solve A. But A I made some mistakes, but I fixed it not very quickly.
Oh yeah. Well, congrats, and hope you guys hope you guys get the medals that you're hoping for, and see you guys at awards.
Okay.
Thank you.
And let's go see Qinhuan. Yeah. What am I? Okay. Yeah. Great. Hello.
Hello.
How are you guys feeling at the end of this contest?
Not very good.
Not very good. Do you guys think you solved a lot of the problems?
No.
No. Do you guys know what kinds of bugs there were left, or?
No. We had 2 problems in the end. We didn't solve them, and we both do not know why they are wrong.
They're just I saw you guys submitting a lot. That's because you just didn't know what the problems were.
Yeah. We don't know what the problems.
Yeah. How did you guys feel about the beginning of the contest?
I think it's kind of good, but not very good. Not stuck in some problems, but solving quite normally.
Yeah. Not super fast, but fast enough, right? Yeah. Is there? Do you guys think you might win?
No. We can't win.
You can't win. Okay.
Yeah, we can't win.
Well, we'll see. Congrats, and see you guys at awards.
Thank you very much.
Let's just go find Swarthmore. They should be over here. Is Jay around here? They're gone already. Let's see. Huh? Okay. SPVSU? IMO or SPVSU? Okay. How are you guys feeling at the end of the contest? Bad. How did you guys? How do you think, like? What do you think went wrong?
Maybe, I don't know, we just bugged too much.
A lot of bugs. Were there a lot of problems you didn't know? Like, did you find any of your bugs by the end of the contest? On like the last few problems?
In the end of the contest?
Yeah, like, do you know your bugs now and you just couldn't fix them,
no.
or you just don't even know what's
yes,
wrong?
we don't know even now.
How do you guys feel like you did relative to like your expectations? Do you think you did better than you expected?
No,
much worse. Okay, well, congrats on being here, and good job on all the problems that you did solve. And see you at awards. Should we? No. No. Okay, sure. Hey, how are you guys feeling at the end of the contest?
I'm feeling well. We solved like 3 problems in the last hour, so I'm feeling excited, but overall I'm not
3 problems in the last hour is a lot of problems.
Yeah,
That's very clutch.
We were coding like the 3 problems for 3 hours, all debugging, and it took a lot of time, but at the end they got accepted. But we had solved 1 more problem. I think if we could implement it, we would have got a medal, but I'm not sure.
Not sure.
We are definitely not getting a medal now, but maybe highest honor or something like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. How do you guys? What were you guys expecting coming into this?
We were hopeful to get a medal, but we were not 100% sure. So I'm not sad exactly right now, but we had the potential to get a medal. Honestly.
Right. Well, congrats on the performance, and really good job solving 3 problems in the last hour. And yeah, see you guys at awards.
Thanks.
Yeah. What do you think? Hello. How are you guys feeling at the end of the contest?
A little bit sad, but...
A little sad? Did you guys have a lot of problems you were still working on at the end?
Yes.
2 problems.
Mostly the problem I...
Did you guys have like a lot of bugs you couldn't... Did you guys like just run out of time coding or fixing bugs, or a lot of it like you didn't even know what the problem was?
Yeah, the problem C was very hard. My team very hard to understand. I think the problem C didn't specify a little things.
Oh, right.
I assume something.
Oh, yeah.
He said that there was a constraint that the years should be positive, but if you change it to that it could be negative, it gives us AC.
Oh, wow, yeah. I'll tell you guys that apparently MIT accidentally implemented leap years in problem C, even though it told you that there were no leap years. So you're not necessarily the worst at reading. But yeah, that's pretty rough. Yeah. How do you guys feel you did relative to what you expected? Do you guys think you beat your expectations?
Not really. We expect to solve 4 or 5 problems. We solved at the end 3 problems.
Yeah. I will say everyone here I've seen has said they've solved fewer problems than they expected. So maybe this problem set was actually just harder than everyone thought. Yeah. Well, good job. Congrats on being here and solving all the problems you did. And see you guys at awards.
Thank you so much.
Any? Warsaw? Let's talk to Warsaw. Hello.
Hello.
How did you guys feel like you did?
Well,
how did you guys
enjoyed the tasks?
But
like, we could have done better. You know?
Could have done better. Yeah.
Definitely.
I think it was a skill issue.
Skill issue.
I think so as well. Yeah.
How was the like end of your contest? Did you guys like get most of the things you were hoping to get, or?
No, we didn't.
No, we did most of the submissions at the beginning of the contest.
Right.
And then nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. How do you guys do you guys think you're in like medal range or like almost, or?
No, we don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. Yeah, and like, did you guys hit your expectations of what you were hoping for?
I mean, we had fun.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, that is what matters.
I think it's not like unexpected, but our range of expectation was quite wide.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Did you guys have more problems that you were like working on at the end of the contest?
Yeah, we could have solved more, but we didn't have enough time.
You ran out of time to just implement them?
Or we had like incorrect solutions.
I see. Yeah. Well, congrats on everything you did, Saul. And see you guys at the award ceremony.
See you.
Hello. Sure. How are you guys feeling at the end of the contest? You guys are on different teams, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling pretty chill. I mean, I feel like during the con, we were kind of trolling at the beginning, and like if you look, we had a lot of wrong submits on C and F, but like, yeah, I think we were able to recover somewhat like towards the end.
Yeah.
B we got pretty fast.
There's one of the Nick had a +1 issue on.
Oh, D.
Yeah.
That was only one wrong submit, so I guess it wasn't as bad.
How do you think you guys did relative to your expectations coming in?
Probably a bit better, actually. Like, I thought we were just going to get like 1 or 2 problems, but we've been doing better, a little bit better.
Yeah. That's really good.
Yeah.
I think everyone else has told me that they're doing much worse than expectations. So congrats to you guys. Congrats, and see you guys at the award ceremony.
Yep, see you.
Yeah. Let's go this way. Do you have anything to say?
I mean, this is my first time at Worlds, and I did about the same as I expected. Like, I think if my team hadn't bricked the problem for many hours, we would have done better. But what's on his done.
Were you guys stuck debugging it or solving it, or?
I think just so my teammate was just stuck solving it for a while and had a lot of wrong submits, and I think in the end he realized his solution was a bit too complex and the simplest solution works. So yeah.
I see. Not quite enough simplifying before you code.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, congrats on your performance,
Thank you
and
very much.
see you guys at awards.
Yep, thank you.
Which team? Sure. Hello. How are you guys feeling at the end of this contest?
Regret.
Regret. Did you guys have a lot of problems that you were working on at the end?
Yes, we are working on problem A and problem K.
A and K. Yeah. Did you guys just not run out of time to finish implementing them, or what kinds of problems were you running into?
We are dealing with some bugs.
Yeah.
And we got a time limited assistance in problem A.
Oh yeah, time limit exceeded can be very, very annoying. Maybe, do you think it was just constant factor?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Well, how do you guys think you did relative to your expectations coming in?
I think our perform is kind of bad, I think.
Yeah. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, congrats on solving all the problems you guys did, and see you guys at the closing ceremony. Sure. Hello. How are you guys feeling at the end of the contest?
They are doing great. Last 3 minutes, last 2 minutes, they passed problem L. Incredible. I was outside the contest site, and when I saw that, they actually passed the problem in their first submit. All my students, all my contestants in Zhejiang University, they are watching the live broadcast, and they thought they passed the problem.
Yeah.
But then they submit again. You can imagine their reaction. They actually know they have passed in their first submit. They want to make a joke with the fellow contestants.
Since JetBrains has the guessing problems, and one of them is whether a medalist will submit in the final minute. So we'll submit a correct solution in the final minute. So we submitted it.
In the final minute?
Yes.
Do you think it might not show up on the scoreboard though?
It's actually shown on the scoreboard.
It's actually shown.
Okay. Yeah.
There's 3 submissions
pending. Yeah.
So it's question mark 3.
Yeah. Did you guys? Sorry, was the earlier submit like correct or?
All of them are correct.
All of them are correct. Okay. So you guys just kept submitting. So probably a lot of teams will think that you guys actually did not have it by the end of the contest.
That's
right?
exactly what they want other guys to think.
Very, very strong strategy.
We're trying to scare the contestants outside of this area.
Good job.
Thank you.
And congrats on solving the problem.
Okay, thank
you. And see you guys at awards.
Okay.
Thank you.
What?
One more.
Okay. Waterloo?
One more and we go.
Okay. Or we can go further other side. Whatever.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll just. Hey. How are you guys feeling at the end of this contest?
Bad.
Did you guys have a lot of problems outstanding at the end?
Yes.
Yeah, quite a few.
I hate L. Who hate L?
Do you guys know any of your bugs or?
I do. L, you need to rotate. There's some you can walk to the middle and then it works out. It's terrible. Who made this problem?
Yeah. That is the trickiest case.
I kind of figured out after seeing 57 wrong answers on L that everyone also fell into the same trap.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a trap that they kind of set up for you guys. Yeah.
Can't really say the same for K. I think we started too late. There was a lot of cases.
Yeah. There are some traps in K. I don't know if you think you have them all.
I don't know if we have them all either. The thing is, we were fixing bugs at the last minute, so it's not that much of a problem.
We were also fixing bugs throughout the entire contest. It was we were falling on every single hurdle through the contest.
Yeah. Did you guys have fun in the contest?
In the contest.
We had fun thinking about
debatable.
We had fun thinking about the problem, not sure about writing the problem.
Okay. Thinking at least is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, congrats on solving the problems you guys did, and see you guys at award ceremony.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Where are we going? Sorry. What?
Let's just.
Sorry. Okay. And I think that's pretty much it here at the 2024 48th ICPC World Finals here in Astana. I think coming up after this, we will have the award ceremony, and stay tuned to see the final scoreboard reveal and see who actually won the World Finals. Bye.
you.